Would you like to do a sound check, Deputy Mayor?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
All good.
Thanks.
Perfect. Good evening, everybody. It is Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, and we'll call this session on West Hants Regional Municipality to order. We begin the evening with attendance. Clerk Snare.
Mayor Zabian,
Present.
Counselor Yonich,
Here.
Counselor McLean,
Here.
Counselor Remy. Here. Counselor Whedon,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Francis,
Here.
Counselor Bob Morton,
Present.
Counselor Larry Pinch,
Present.
Counselor Paul Morton,
Present.
Counselor John Smith,
Present.
Counselor Bonnie Smith. Here. Counselor Ivy.
Present.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Clerk Snare. We acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. These lands are governed by the treaties of peace and friendship signed in 1726. We are all treaty people and have responsibilities to each other in this land. West Hands Regional Municipality also recognizes African Nova Scotians are distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched that part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. Good evening, everybody. Just one more thing I'll mention here. Council and I, as chair, are committed to ensuring this meeting and its participants conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner as outlined in municipality's municipal code of conduct. Meeting presenters, staff, and the public are expected to conduct themselves in an equally respectful manner at all times the meeting is being conducted. We thank you all in advance for your commitment to these important meeting principles. Any other announcements, Council, for this evening before we get into the agenda? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. There's breakfast at the Belmont Hall this Saturday, March 1st, 7:30 p.m. or a.m. And there's a 45 card tournament March 8th at 1 p.m. at the Belmont Hall. Thanks.
Perfect. Active group. Seeing no other lights, we'll look at the approval of the agenda, including additions or deletions. You have your dashboard items that were in your package. The agenda was previously circulated. There's nothing to change. We'll look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. We're going to do a show of hands because we do have one deputy mayor zooming in. So all those in favor signify by hands up. Perfect. Thank you very much. Motion is passed unanimous. Any declarations of conflict of interest this evening, Council? All right, seeing no lights, move on. Approval of the previous meeting minutes. We have January 28, 2024 council minutes and January 28, 2025 public hearing minutes, West Hands Regional Municipality Sewer Bylaw. Those minutes were circulated previously in the agenda package. If there's no questions on those, we'll look for a motion to approve. Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, I'll just make one comment if I could before we get to that. And historically, the council reports have always noted who the report was being given by. Our minutes have shifted now. That it's just identifying district. And I don't know that any of us, when we've ever given reports that we're solely talking about our district, we are function as a council that looks out for the entire region. I believe the councilor's name should be attached there with the region that they represent as well. It shouldn't just be District 1 because District 1 isn't giving the report. It's the area that represent. I put that out for consideration. I think it'd be a good thing to do. And it gets the public to know who is where and what versus over time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other questions on the minutes or comments? If not, we'll look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Yanish. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Motion is passed unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have one presenter this evening, Windsor Township Business Association quarterly update. Vice Chair Brendan Fitzgerald. Oh, there you are, Brendan. We were looking for you. Didn't see you back there, but you can do either mic, left or right. We're just gonna get you to click the little button on the thing and just pull it towards you and try to talk directly into it, just for courtesy of those at home and people behind us there.
Great, thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Brendan Fitzgerald. I'm currently serving as the vice chair of the township. Our program coordinator, Karen Cooper, couldn't be here, nor could our chair, Ezra Edelstein, so they both send their regrets. And as the backup to the backup, and as a newer member of the township board, I'm afraid I don't have the depth of knowledge that my two colleagues would have. So if I'm unable to answer any questions that might arise tonight, please forgive me. But I do commit to bringing your questions back to the township and getting you answers in a timely fashion. I have two items to share with you tonight. One is a brief overview of the results of a data gathering exercise conducted by the township, and the other is information regarding one of our flagship events, our second annual Winter Thing. Between May 1st, 2023 and April 30th, 2024, the township conducted a data gathering exercise in partnership with Environics Analytics Group. This exercise allowed us to track visitation data to the downtown core, such as total number of visits, number of unique visitors, average visits per visitor, and much more. Who's coming to downtown Windsor? When are they coming, and why are they coming? These were the kinds of questions on the mind as a township. This data, as it's analyzed and reviewed, ultimately will help inform our actions at the township, but I think it also has helpful implications to local economic development initiatives, and we'll be keen to share findings with the municipality. As a brief overview of some of the raw data, over the May 2023 to April 2024 period, the township saw 3.1 million visits from 106,000 unique visitors. 1,013 workers made 115,000 of those visits, and 204 residents who reside within the district itself made 31,000 visits. So 50.2% of our total visits come from those residing in the BON postal code zone. That's to say half of our residents or our visitors are hyper local. In contrast to that, only 5% of visits to the district originate from the Halifax region. And so this provides an interesting perspective on who our true client is as a business district, but also where opportunity exists to further draw visitation from outside the region. Saturdays represent the district's busiest day of the week, with 16% of visits occurring on that day, and Sundays are relatively quiet, with 13% of visits. I'd personally be very curious to repeat the project in the future and see how our results change over time based on any specific actions that the township might take. And we'd be keen to collaborate with the municipality on any future data gathering exercises. In regards to the Winter Thing is the township's winter festival, complete with 4 toasty fire pits, live music, face painting, community barbecues, demonstrations, drumming circles, and even an alpaca called Rosie. We'll have 4 sites, one at the community center, one at Dill Park, one in the Coca-Cola alleyway, and another at Starbrides Park. And these will have various activities and fire pits and hosts and whatnot, all sorts of fun things going on. Local businesses will be participating with a mini market, sales, and special events, and are encouraged to stay open late into the evening. In addition to being a great community event, it also represents a fantastic marketing opportunity. We'll be having radio ads starting on March 3rd, a digital campaign strategy online, posters, and we'll be speaking to regional news outlets here shortly. The township is thankful to our sponsors for this year's Winter Thing, including the municipality itself, the Atlantic Lottery, Rotary Club of Windsor, Hans King CBDC, and MLA Melissa Sheehy-Richard. As Winter Thing is almost here, most of the activity at the township is in preparation for this event, and we're looking forward to hosting another successful event building on the good success of last year's, the inaugural Winter Thing. So that's my very brief report. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here and speak to you tonight.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Questions, council, to Brendan or the township in general? Councilor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brandon, for the presentation. I was particularly pleased to hear you reference the data gathering partnership that you had struck up, I guess, a partnership with in the last year. Is there anything else you can expand upon that for us, around the table here? I was lucky to, attend the session that you guys had back in December, but I just think it's a really unique opportunity to gather that information and how that might apply the different pockets of data that you can look at.
Yeah, absolutely. The work to kind of sift through the data and understand really what it means, I think, is still taking place. So we'll be sharing that with all of the members of the township district themselves, and also with the municipality. But I think at this point, the in-depth kind of analysis and review hasn't taken place yet. So not too much more to share other than the raw data at this point.
Absolutely, but you see promise in it as a beneficial tool to use in determining those coming and going, different events and the like. Is that
absolutely, absolutely? Yeah, I think again, the point, I was a little surprised at how few visitors are originating from the Halifax region, and I think that presents a fantastic opportunity to just increase our marketing initiatives, trying to bring more people in, but also kind of reaffirms who we really ought to be trying to serve best, which is our community. So building events and activities for everyone else like doesn't really jive with these numbers. It's really showing that the people who are coming downtown are the local community, and so I think it makes sense to build events and supports and programs that really truly serve Windsor and West Hants overall.
That's great. Thanks very much. Appreciate the presentation.
Further questions, council, to Brendan? Yes, you're going to get off easy tonight. We appreciate it. I'll be interested to hear more on the data as well. That it's interesting and helps you do much going forward. So we'll look forward to that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All righty. Have a good night. All right, council, we have 2 public hearings tonight. The first was for 439 Clifton Avenue, PID 45049921, Windsor Development Agreement. Can I have a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Councillor Paul Moore and seconded by Councillor Jim Ivey. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb at home if I can see. Did we lose our online person, Deanna, or? No, all right, I see you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. So public hearings for development agreements are required by Part 8 of the Municipal Government Act Council. These hearings are hosted by council and give members of the public an opportunity to bring up concerns or ask questions to planning staff or the applicant. When the public hearing is complete, council meeting will resume and council may then ask questions or make comments. So as noted earlier, tonight's first public hearing is 439 Clifton Avenue, PID 45049921, development agreement. Planner Dunphy.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just had to do some musical chairs really quick. There we go. Okay, so tonight we have a public hearing for a development agreement at 439 Clifton Avenue in Windsor. The application was received from Brighter Community Planning on behalf of the owner, Sarah LaRiche, on August 12th, 2024, to allow the conversion of the interior of the existing single-unit dwelling and detached garage to accommodate 8 total residential dwelling units by development agreement. Yep. So for our development proposal here, as I had stated, it's 8 total dwelling units, 7 within the main dwelling unit, which is this larger building indicated. Might be hard to see my mouse, but the more centralized building, with 1 dwelling unit within the garage, and that's the other gray building here off to the side. This proposal also includes additional parking to meet and, in this case, exceed the land use bylaw requirements. So looking at the ortho photo, you can see a large single unit dwelling and garage on site, pretty central to the subject property indicated here. And abutting the subject property, we have a variety of residential uses, including some higher density units to the north, these units up top of the image. And the subject lot is also located across Clifton Avenue from the Clifton Museum Park. So that would be this area over here on the side. As for the designation of the subject property, it is the residential designation. Much of the surrounding area is also within the same designation. However, some of the parkland off to the west is community use. For zoning, somewhat similar, single unit residential for most of the properties in the surrounding area. However, some of the higher density properties to the north are zoned appropriately, as well as some of the open space zoning in the parkland area. Here we can see a view of the subject lot from Clifton Avenue, looking up onto the subject lot. And here we can see some of the surrounding uses on Clifton Avenue. So the left image is of the higher density residential uses that are sort of separated by a tree line to the north of the property. And to the south, we can see some of the lower density residential uses. So the policies we looked at for this application include policy 5.4.6. This enables council to consider the conversion of existing buildings to multiple unit residential dwellings of 3 units or more in the residential designation by development agreement. In summary, the criteria here are met since the proposal will not change the built form and the existing buildings meet the current zone setback requirements. The proposal is considered compatible with the adjacent land uses, and the development officer, manager of building and fire inspection services, municipal traffic authority have no concerns which have not been otherwise addressed in the report. Last here, we have the general criteria policy, and this is the same criteria that we use for all development agreements. In summary, the criteria here are also met since the proposal is not considered premature or inappropriate for the area. No municipal costs related to the proposal are anticipated, and the fire chief, development officer, manager of building and fire inspection services, public works engineering division, and municipal traffic authority have no concerns which have not otherwise been addressed in the report. So here we have some details on the development agreement. It permits up to 8 total dwelling units within the existing buildings on the property. The setback requirements are consistent with the single unit residential zone standards. Driveway and pedestrian access are from Alexander Street. A minimum ratio of 1 vehicle parking space per dwelling unit is to be provided. And just to note that this application exceeds this this value. And lastly, here we have buffering requirements for the parking areas. For substantive matters, we only have one, and that is the uses permitted on the property. Public information meeting was held on September 4th, and the meeting was broadcast live on the municipal Facebook page. One member of the public attended the public information meeting, and they asked about timing and tendency of the proposal. The deadline for comments was September 18th, 2024, and staff received no written submissions during the public comment period. So for our process to date, we had the public information meeting on September 4th. Staff then did a review and brought a report for review and recommendation to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee on November 14th. Then it moved on to council first reading on November 26th, 2024. And tonight we're at the public hearing and second reading on February 25th, 2025. If approved here, a notice of approval would be placed in the paper with a 14-day appeal period to follow. And just to note that all statutory requirements have now been met at this point in time. So that brings us to the end of my presentation so far. So we can hand it back to the chair for this part.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Planner Dunphy. I'm going to open it up to questions or comments from the public at this point.
Sorry, Chair. There is the applicant is present, so they have asked
They wish to speak? Oh,
yeah.
okay. Sorry. If the applicant wants to come up, we'll get you up now. And
so before I start, so make sure everyone can hear me. I'm not a loudspeaker usual. And let me
turn the volume up a notch or two.
okay, let's see. This is a presentation. Okay. Yeah, I may need some instructions on how to operate this thing operated. Do we only have on the Right, fantastic. All right, so thank you, Planner Dunphy, for the presentation. And good evening, council and everyone attending. My name is Ning Liang. I'm a planner with Better Community Planning and Consulting. And I'm here tonight to represent our client, Dave and Sarah LaRiche, on their project at 439 Clifton Avenue. I will begin with the presentation introducing a bit more background information and design of the site. And I believe Dave and Sarah may want to elaborate further following my presentation about their vision of the development. So as Alex briefly introduced, this project is about a converting an existing structure to create 8 rental units. Our purpose is to utilize an existing structure for housing, preserving its beautiful building exterior and green spaces on the site, and ultimately provide some high quality rental option to this community. It is a 1 acre lot located at the corner of Clifton Avenue and Alexander Street. From what I know, it's fully serviced with municipal waters and sewer. The surrounding is a residential neighborhood, as mentioned, with a mix of single unit and multi-unit residential buildings. So we want to bring this project forward by entering into a development agreement with the municipality. And this is in accordance with the instruction of the MPS policies. And throughout the design stages, we also commonly refer to the other MPS policies for discretion in consideration to the compatibility issues. So let me start introducing this project by looking at what services are available nearby. So as mentioned, next across the street is where the Clifton Museum Park is. If you walk a few blocks to the north, you will find the town center of Windsor, where there's so many exciting opportunities are to be coming. Yes. There's also a community center and aquatic facilities nearby. And to the south from the property is where the King's Edge Hill School is. All those 4 elements I just mentioned are all within a 15-minute walking distance from the subject property. And if the future resident want to go by driving, there are plenty more commercial services, school, and other community facilities available in town of Windsor. And highway is only 3 minutes away by driving, of course. So it is overall very convenient location, advantageous for different residential uses and development. And allow me to remind us again about multi-unit residential is not something unheard of in this block. In fact, as just instructed in the previous presentation, it abuts 3 apartment building blocks. And those apartment building blocks in this neighborhood, many of them have comparable or even higher density than what this project is proposing. So this is not something completely out of the blue. And let's look at the site, or should I say this is what it used to look like last summer. We're talking about the structure on the left-hand side. It is a 2-story building with a detached garage at the back. The previous use was a commercial yoga studio, and that's the reason why it also has some parking spaces at the rear as well. In terms of building masses, it is actually very comparable to the other single unit dwellings across Alexander Street. So what this project is about is all internal conversion. We're thinking of very minimal changes to the building exterior and the green spaces, except where to create parking spaces or meet certain building code regulations. 7 rental units will be in the main buildings and 1 accessible rental unit will be in the garage. The property will preserve its access to Alexander Street as well. In total, the structure, the main building plus the detached garage has a total floor area about 7,700 square feet. This will allow us to create some very spacious units for rental and for accommodating the need of different family sizes as well. And so in total, I think we have an average unit size of around 915 square feet for 1 and 2 bedroom units. So in the following slides, I'm just going to show you some of the floor plan design and help you better picture what this project would look like. We're starting from the basement. This is where the 2 smaller units are at the floor area around 660 square feet. The remainder of the basement will be used as utility rooms and storage spaces. Both units will also have their own separate entrance connected by stairway to the ground floor. And then move on to the main floor. We have the 2 biggest units available here, separate entrance as well. And I forgot to mention that each rental unit here will also have their own laundry and kitchen facilities. And through the hallway in the middle will lead you to this upstairs connecting to the 2nd floor, where we will find another 1-bedroom unit, unit 6, and another 2-bedroom unit labeled as unit 5. as well as a portion of the Unit 7, which is where the living area, the kitchen, and laundry facilities are. And the remainder of the Unit 7 are at the attic floor. This is where the 2 bedrooms are. Last but not least is the garage conversion to create a accessible 1-bedroom rental units. We want to replace the garage door with walls and windows and open up a new entrance on the side. All the doorway entrance of this unit are also designed to fit wheelchairs for the convenient access of the future resident as well. I think one of the very important amenity feature of this project is this enormous green space we have. And the plan is to leave as it is, except for where we want to create 3 additional parking spots facing the direction on Clifton Avenue. And that's the only plan changes we have to do with the green spaces on the site. It will reach a parking to unit ratio at 1.25. And there's also a accessible parking space, I forgot to mention, next to the accessible unit there as well. So to wrap it up, it is at an advantageous location, close to so many amenities and services available here in the town. It already has connection to municipal sewers and water. It's a more efficient use of those infrastructure as well, which is also what the municipality wants to happen. Traffic impact comparing to its previous use as a commercial yoga studio with all the staff coming in and out, we anticipate that being someone else's permanent residences will likely to have less traffic. No change or planned for the green spaces or the building itself. It will stay as it is. And the multi-residential unit use isn't something we never heard of in this block as well. So overall, I believe it is compatible with the current residential neighborhood. So, and last, this is an opportunity to utilize, preserve a beautiful existing architecture in town of Windsor. And it's also, and it happens without any kind of contradicting with the MPS or LUB's intent. And it is also for rental as well. And I have to say that most of our company members, after we heard about this project, we were actually very excited for it. I believe besides the owner, we are all from elsewhere outside of or inside or outside of Nova Scotia. And it is very difficult to find rental so we can show up at work on time, especially at such high quality delivery and at such a convenient location. It is so spacious and it's hard to put all the excitements about it into a brief words, I have to say that. So I sincerely urge council to consider this opportunity, and that concludes my presentation tonight.
Thank you very much. Crystal should start a sales division in there as well. So, that was a pretty good little pitch there. Added value for the services paid, right? Did you guys want to speak to the proposal as well, or we'll get you up to the mic if sure.
You guys can hear me okay?
Absolutely.
So first, I think Alex and Ning did a great job covering the project. I'm not going to go into the same level of detail. I think that we wanted to accomplish 2 things. One was just introduce ourselves and put a face to the project, because I think it just shows us up as large as a numbered corporation, but it's actually a family-run business with my sister and my mom sitting there. We've been doing real estate in some form or fashion for, well, forever. And this project, when we kind of stumbled upon it, is right in our wheelhouse. The second piece I wanted to mention is our commitment is we love the area. We love the building. We are going to do literally everything we can to retain the look of not only the exterior, but the interior as well. It's probably hard to tell in the pictures as Ning was going through it, but there's very few walls being added. There's even fewer walls being removed. All the fixtures are staying, the molding is staying, the fireplaces. It's still going to be very much in its original form, and that's really important to us. We want to make sure that we retain and preserve the beauty that attracted us in the first place. With that, I'll leave it.
Perfect. Thank you very much, folks. With that, we'll open up to comments from the public at this point or questions. All right, anything from council before we close public hearing? Nothing? Anything further from you, Planner Dumpy? No, good. All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing and we'll resume the council meeting. We do have a recommendation, Planner Dumpy. And there is a recommendation up on the screen, council. Somebody wishes to make it, we can open debate and ask questions. Councillor Leary Pinch.
That council gives second reading and approves entering into a development agreement to allow the conversion of the existing single-unit dwelling and accessory garage to accommodate up to 8 total dwelling units on PID 450-49921 at 439 Clifton Avenue in Windsor, which is substantively the same as the draft set out in Attachment B of the report file number 24-21 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated November 14th, 2024.
Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch. Seconded by Councillor Paul Morton. Further discussion or questions, council? Seeing no lights pop up, I'll call the question, and the question is that council gives second reading and approves entering into development agreement to allow the conversion of the existing single unit dwelling and accessory garage to accommodate up to 8 total dwelling units on PID 45049921 at 439 Clifton Avenue in Windsor, which is substantively the same as draft set out in attachment B of the report file 24-21 to the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee dated November 14, 2024. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb at home. Opposed? Motion is passed unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have a second recommendation, and it's up on the screen. If somebody wishes to make that, we can open it up for discussion, or Councillor Ivy. Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, we can't decide, it's Windsor, so.
We won't ring the bell. We'll just give it to Jim.
So the council requires that the development agreement with Dave and Sarah LaRiche, which permits the conversion of the existing single unit dwelling and accessory garage to accommodate up to 8 total dwelling units on PID 45049921 at 439 Clifton Avenue in Windsor, be signed within 120 days from the date of final approval by council or the date that any appeals have been disposed of. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at an end.
Moved by
Second.
Councillor Ivy, seconded by Councillor Scott McLean. Further discussion, questions, council? Seeing no lights or hand at home, we'll call the question. The question is that council requires that the development agreement with Dave and Scylla LaRiche, which permits the conversion of the existing single unit dwelling and accessory garage to accommodate the 8 total dwelling units on PID 45049921 at 439 Clifton Avenue, Windsor, be signed within 120 days from the date of final approval by council or the date that any appeals have been disposed of. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligation here arising hereunder shall be at an end. All those there signify by hands up or thumb at home. Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks, folks, for the proposal, the project. It's quite a creative spin on what we're used to with development agreements. So I think it's going to be a successful one. So we thank you for that. All right. Moving on, folks. Our second public hearing is the West Hampton Regional Municipality Solid Waste Bylaw. If I can have a motion to go back into public hearing for the second one.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Larry Pinch. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb at home. Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much. So public hearings for bylaws are required by Section 168 of the Municipal Government Act and Section 15.5 of the Meeting Committee Procedural Policy. Public hearing is hosted by council, provides members of the public an opportunity to ask questions or make comments on the proposal. When the public hearing is complete, council may resume and council will then make questions or debate the topic. So we do have
Hi. good
Jenny,
evening.
how are you?
Good, how are you?
You got the floor.
Thank you for having me. Deanna, I'm also not familiar how to do this. Yeah, just go ahead. Just bear with me. I am recovering from a cold, so I have a bit of a hoarse voice. So
You
we
don't
are-
sound like it, so.
Okay, good. All right, so we're here tonight to discuss what you said, the changes in the bylaw. So I'll give a bit of background again. On September 10th, 2024, a draft solid waste bylaw was presented to council to review for consideration. Based on that discussion, there was some feedback. Changes were recommended and incorporated into the revised draft solid waste bylaw. On September 26th, 2024, a revised draft bylaw was approved with the addition of improved language to ensure the bylaw reflected in the municipality's ability to collect solid waste curbside on private roads. On November 12th, 2024, a solid waste curbside collection and transportation services on private roads policy recommendation report was presented for consideration and to approve the new private road solid waste curbside collection policy and approve the additional annual operational expenses needed to fund the increase in current service level for applicable curbside collection of solid waste collection on private roads that qualify as the policy was defeated. Some of the proposed changes, the big ones for this bylaw are black bags are going to be eliminated within Windsor. There are going to be a limit of 5 clear garbage bags total for all of West Hants Regional Municipality and 6 bags for leaf and yard waste collected bi-weekly year-round, again, for all of West Hants Regional Municipality. Organic collection carts was updated. So per unit is the basis. So single unit building, duplex building, 1 green cart per unit, semi-detached again, 1 green cart per unit, manufactured home. And then buildings of 3 to 6 units will receive 2 green carts per building. Circular materials are taking steps towards implementing extended producer responsibility programs for packaging paper products and other blue bag materials with an implementation date of December 1st, 2025. They did request that there be no restriction on source separation, frequency collection, bag limits, and flow control on recyclable materials. Those have been reflected in this bylaw as well. Some of the things to educate residents on these changes will be municipal website and social media site updates, posts, municipal quarterly inspired newsletter that will have a blurb in there. Local newspapers should a second reading be given. We have a R6 Recycles app to get information out to all that have that app. A fact sheet already created and ready to go for using clear bags and bag limits. And we also, along with Region 6, will host some community trash talks within the municipality at local community halls in case, just to get the word out. So for enforcement, we're giving a 1-month grace period to residents. Hauler will collect black bags and previous bag limit amounts. However, they will note the address and non-compliant issue and provide it to the Waste Services Coordinator. Then in turn, the Waste Services Coordinator will deliver a letter to all residents noted by the hauler for being non-compliant. So we realize that this does take time, but it's an important issue. So, and after 1 month grace period, the hauler will place a rejection sticker on the non-compliant waste and leave it for the resident to correct. There's a picture of the waste sticker on there. It does have the details of what the issue was, as well as contact information, so a resident can reach out. Thank you, Deanna. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. This is already noted in the bylaw, but I thought I noted again that all residential waste generated within a municipality shall be disposed of at the facility designated by the municipality. So no person nor no hauler shall transport residual waste outside of the municipality without permission. So the process, we are now at February 25th, 2025 for the public hearing and second reading. It's been a process to get here. And here's the recommendation we have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council first to either Todd or Jenny at this point? Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Jenny, can I just ask you to go back to the advertising or the communication tools that you were referencing there? Are you able to get it on the slide or?
Deanna.
No, sorry. I don't know if it was one or two, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, of course. Yes, please, Deanna.
I'll tell you what, if it's easier, I'll just take the risk that I missed it. And I just wanted to, try and make sure that I hadn't. But so we've got the stickers for when somebody's missed the mark and what they're putting out that the collectors are putting on. What's the ability to use that also as a tool to inform them of the changes that are taking place? Because we go to every door, right? So just is that something that we considered at all, or is that?
That would be a request of GFL. I know that their timelines are
Tight.
for collecting garbage and recyclables are very tight. So to ask that might be a bit much. I haven't, but
No, significantly increased task as you highlight. So thank you for that,
Yeah.
Jenny. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Morton.
Jenny, so the collection of yard waste
Yeah.
is now 6 bags instead of 3.
That's
So it's
correct.
double. Great.
Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Could you remind us how the discussion went on costs, on the operational costs in that last meeting? It seemed like, or in the fall meeting, it seemed like the operational costs for the collection was or were a topic of discussion, and I just can't. There was no mention of it in this presentation, and I just wanted to be clear on if there were any changes made.
Operationally, with the reduced special collection for leaf and yard waste, that reduces costs for collection. I'm just trying to recall. I'm sorry.
Excuse, yeah, through you. Yeah.
As quoted the last meeting, it'd be roughly $500,000.
Oh, you mean the full operational
for
budget?
EPR, you mean?
Well, I think it had to do through you, Mayor. I think it had to do with the private road collection. And so that wasn't part of this conversation,
Right.
but it seemed to me it was an important part of the conversation in the past.
However, that was defeated, and we have not pursued that further.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions from council. All right, so we'll open up to the floor. Does anybody in the public have any questions or comments on the proposal? All right, seeing nothing. Anything further? No?
Nothing for
Okay,
me.
with that, we'll conclude public hearing. We are resuming the council meeting at this point. We do have a recommendation up on the screen. Council, if somebody wishes to make that, we can begin questions or debate. Councillor Bonnie Smith.
The council approves the West Hands Regional Municipality Solid Waste Bylaw RO 001, substantively the same as the draft in attachment A of the report as presented at the January 28th, 2025 council meeting, which would include the repeal of the Municipality of the District of West Hands Solid Waste Management Bylaw and the Town of Windsor Bylaw number 16 Solid Waste Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Paul Whedon. Further discussion or questions on the motion? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question on council approves the West Hampton Regional Municipality Solid Waste Bylaw RO-001, substantively the same as draft in attachment A of the report as presented at the January 28, 2025 council meeting, which would include the repeal of the municipality of District of West Hampton Solid Waste Management Bylaw and the Town of Windsor Bylaw number 16 Solid Waste Bylaw. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb at home. Opposed? One opposed. Councillor Yanish, motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, unfinished business postponed motions. We do have a notice of reconsideration for PAC-HAC motion. I gave that notice last meeting, which gave council 14 days notice for tonight. I was going to go through the process of the reconsideration before I give the floor to Councillor Morton there, Paul. As one of the original members who voted in the affirmative, I will bring it back. The first part is the question of council that wishes to reconsider. Once that is made, if council passes that, then we will bring back the original motion and have debate on that, folks. So the first question is on the reconsideration only, and I'll be clear to debate just the reconsideration aspect of it. So I'll give the floor to you, Councillor Paul Morton.
All right. Notice to reconsider PAC-HAC motion, recommittee composition, Mayor Sabian.
All right, I'll put the motion on the floor to move to reconsider the previous motion that was passed to amend the terms of reference of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee. Part 3 of that, Section A, the committee will consist of 14 members as follows: 2 resident members appointed at large from West Hampton Regional Municipality who are not municipal employees, and 12 members of council.
Moved by the mayor, second by Councillor Bobby Morton. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Ivy, if you're on first.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad to see this, and I'm glad to see the motion being put out. As I think was identified at the last meeting, I think procedurally we need to put a motion forward as well to set aside the rules. And it just kind of tightens things up where we're in one of those situations, because technically where the matter was acted upon, we need to set aside the rules in order to be able to undo it. I just put that out for consideration. It's not but technically we should be doing that.
Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question. I voted against the motion 2 weeks ago. Can I still vote on this? I'm just curious. Okay, thanks.
Any more questions on the motion? Do you want me to read the motion again? You want to read it? 'Cause I don't
Just
have it in
a
front of me.
motion to reconsider the previous motion passed that amends the terms of reference of PAC-HAC to read 2 resident members and 12 council members.
Everybody understands the motion? We'll call it the question. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Back to you.
All right, so the original motion is back on the floor, council, for debate. Any questions or comments on the debate? Councillor Ivy.
So just to be clear, because we don't deal with this very often, we've rescinded we're reconsidering the entire motion or just the original motion? The motion as passed was the original plus the amendment. We've just, so let's just be clear what we're needing to do here. Do we need to do more than that?
The motion was in regards to PAC-HAC.
Yep.
Yep.
And we're reconsidering the entire motion, which included the amendment. So if we're wanting to, I'll just speak, and maybe I've got it wrong, but if we wanted to undo it, then it would now be appropriate to put forward a motion, I would suggest, to remove the amendment to the original motion submitted in front of council. So that would look to undo the entire, and I've tried to think this through in my head, but that's what I believe is the right thing to do. That puts us back with having just the original motion on the floor and the ability to approve that without an amendment for changing the PACAC membership and so on. I know that's what I would look to see, but I want to make sure procedurally that we're doing the right thing here.
Can you comment on that one at all? Clerk Snare, I know you weren't here for it, but I think the intent of council is to relook at the PACAC aspect as opposed to the entire committee procedural change is.
Can I just, through you, Chair, it all depends on what, like, I understand where you're looking to go with the motion. I think, because I wasn't here for the last meeting, but if you're looking to go with the original motion, which was just, that did not have the amendment, is that where you're looking to go with this? Or are you looking to take it back to the amended motion that was presented?
I think it was the original motion as previously had is where we wanted to, or I can't say that it's what it's council's wishes where it wants to go with it, but
so if you're looking to reconsider what was previously put there, and that's the motion that was made by you and passed by council, you would deal with this matter first. And that would either you'd pass the amendment or defeat it. If you defeat it, then you're going back to the original motion, which was just had the meeting and committee procedural policy attached with it that I presented as the original excerpt. Does that make sense?
I believe so.
I'm going to put forward a motion that we remove the amendment to the original motion as was submitted to council. And I'm just assuming that's the cleanest way is to have the amendment removed. We're in a discussion on reconsideration at the present time, I believe. And what we left this room with was the two joined together. So motion to remove the amendment to the original motion submitted to council regarding the changes to the meeting committee procedural policy. And I so move that.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Ivy, seconded by Councillor Louis Pinch. Sorry, Councillor Reina, you had your light on.
I think it solves it. I was just going to make a suggestion because the way that your reconsideration, I think I'm saying the same thing as everybody else has said already, but it removes both the recommendation that came forward from Deanna about approving the policy and the addition. So I was just going to say we could just redo the motion that was put forward by Clerk Snare. Like after this discussion, if we didn't want to include it, that would be probably a cleaner, in my opinion, a cleaner way to do it as opposed to going back through who approved amendments and those types of things. It might be just a cleaner way to do it. That would be my suggestion, but however you choose to go forward is.
Okay. Councillor Bob Morton.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Might be handy just to throw the motion up on the screen so we can all know exactly what we're talking about.
Okay. Pull up the original motion from the January meeting. Well, the motion put on the floor right now is the one that Councillor Ivy just made. So we'll get him to restate it because that'll be the original. That'd be the motion that we're looking at right now. So we'll just get you to restate that there.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would move that the amendment to the original motion regarding the PACAC, regarding the meeting and committee procedural policy be removed from the motion that was approved by council.
All right, so we do have that as moved and seconded. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing nothing, I'll repeat what Jim just said there, and you all heard it there because I'm not going to do it word for word. All those in favor signify by hands up. And opposed, motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Just wasn't popped up on the screen, but was your thumb up there, Deb?
Yes.
Okay, motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right.
Through you, Mayor, you're back to
Back
the
to
original motion.
To the original motion here. All right, so did you have that one pulled up or sorry, just so everybody knows what so the original motion, council, going back by recollection, was approving the changes to the committee procedural policy that were stated in that report that council looked back at in January. I can't go through every change there. There's multiple changes within that, but if anybody's unclear to those, we can take a little more time, pull them up, but it's just bringing back that original motion as was. The whole thing brought it back for reconsideration. So once the original motion was brought back, that motion removed the section that was amended. So we still have to deal with the actual motion itself. I think that's how I'm interpreting it. So yeah. CAO.
I can revisit the original motion if you like, just for clarity. So of course, you had a report which, actually I'll read the excerpt. Each year, 2023 West Haines Regional Municipality and the committee procedural revisits the meeting and committee procedural policy is reviewed for errors, omissions, and better capture evolving needs. For the most part, small changes have been made, corrective spelling, grammar, wording, and so forth. Larger changes have been made to reflect an increased level of efficiency. So that was kind of the summation of the January Committee of the Whole report. That resulted in the following motion. Council direct the CAO to engage staff to make the necessary changes to the meeting and committee procedural policy, RCOGE-003.00, following the discussion of council at the January 14th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. So that was the motion, which was then further amended by his worship, which you've now removed. So now you're back to this original motion, which I would have just read. Yeah. And without all the details of all the amendments, that was the motion that you're revisiting. I'll just keep that.
Yep, just leave that there. Yep. So everybody's clear on the original motion now? Council to direct CAO to engage staff to make necessary changes to the meeting committee procedural policy RCOGE-003.00 following the discussion of council at the January 14, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting.
You want a second on that?
I'll look for a mover and a seconder.
I'll move the motion as read
Moved
by the mayor.
Councillor Ivy,
I'll second it.
seconded by Councillor Yanish. Further discussion, debate on the motion. And the motion again, I'll see nothing. I'll call the question on council direct the CAO to engage staff to make necessary changes to the meeting committee procedural policy RCOGE-003.00 following the discussion at council at the January 14, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? 2 opposed. Deputy Mayor and Councillor McLean. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next up, flood study meeting request. I'm going to give Councillor Morton Paul the floor again there.
So flood study meeting request, Mayor Sabian.
All right, council, again, CBCL, we had our workshop on it privately as council. We had a presentation at our last meeting here at Committee of the Whole. It was a quicker presentation. A lot of the public may not have had an opportunity to come out and interact with those findings from the consultants and staff. So again, it's a good follow-up to for the last couple of meetings we had with the public on it. Just put a motion on the floor that council directs staff to hold a public meeting to update residents on the CBCL report and options going forward.
Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Larry Pinch. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Ivy.
I certainly support us getting this out in front of the public. I think it's really important. I think it's important to get the feedback from the public on what they see and hear based on what's been presented to us. I wouldn't want to find us in the same situation as with the initial report, that there's components of it that I don't believe have been completed, which had been discussed and informed as part of the response that we received to the RFP that was provided to us. So that's in two fashions, as you've heard me voice here, and it's in the RFP that we approved last March, specifically as it relates to pump stations, and they did a measurement on a component of them, but not all of them, which they identify they need to do more. That's on page 4 of the report that we received. Flow monitoring also, which I'd raised previously. I didn't go through this with a fine-tooth comb because we wanted to try and get this moving, but in addition to those points that I'm raising, we haven't actually received a formal report from the individuals that did this work for us. We've had a PowerPoint presentation that gives us the high-level Coles notes of what they're talking about, but we should also be in possession of the report. And I don't want it to be that we don't get access to that. In fact, we should have access to that, and I don't know why we don't have one. I'm assuming that they produced one, but I'll put that out to staff if they want to comment on it. But they've presented to us up to $115 million capital project over the next 20 years. I think it's worth more than a PowerPoint presentation. And I'm also curious, too, that the original report had us up at $160 million. It's great to see that we're back 50. But I think there's something to understand as part of that process, too. So there's still questions, I think, to be asked on this. I support the motion. Let's get out in front of the public. Let's hear what they've got to say. But I think we've still got more coming back, I would hope, from CBCL. So to be clear about this, so we're not making assumptions through you, Chair, I'll ask the CAO and or staff to advise us. Do we have more coming from them?
CAO?
We'll ask Director Richard to step up with respect to the report in its draft format. And I think Councillor Ivey was discussing flows and pumping stations as potential improvements. I think my recollection is that they really don't feel there's a lot of value in continuing with a bigger solution and exploring that further. But perhaps you could comment to both of those, Todd, if you would.
Sure. So the first question, yes, the final deliverables haven't been met. A final report will be forthcoming. We had discussions with CBCL. They don't have that ready yet. Certainly, they wanted to have the workshops, the question and answer sessions from council, which may be, included in that final deliverable of the final report. To follow on with the second question, totally agree with the CAO. I think it was explained, certainly from staff perspective, we get it. The two-dimensional modeling, everything that was done, the data presented is enough information for what was needed in the study. Quite evident that it's the one pumping station at the station one. The issue is the water cannot get there. I think that was quite clear in the presentation and the data and the reports that we received. It may not have been articulated quite correctly to council, but certainly that is the findings currently, that no solution. There will be no solution of upgrading the pump station 1 or pump station 7. The issue is there's too much water getting in that system, so it's diversion. Pumping at the Stannis Street area and a very large force main to bypass that system.
Sorry.
Well, so thank you for that. I'm just going to go back and, same thing. Until we know what the status of the situation is with the system that runs along the waterfront between Albert Street through pump station 1 to pump station 7 and through the wastewater treatment plant, we're only looking at half of our system. We're looking at the half that's the last mile access, or whatever you want to phrase around that we're looking that's the the transmission line or distribution system to get through to where we need to deposit what we're collecting along the sewer system. And so I think if they were to be here in front of us today asking us to support and approve what they have in front of us without us knowing what the back half of the system is looking like, I'd be having to vote no on it. And I'd be having to vote no on it because it's like going on a vacation without knowing how much money you've got in your wallet. This is only a piece of what they need to give us. We can't, And I think it's important that they understand that because they were in the room when we had this conversation the end of last August or September. The same question was raised and they were to come back to us with this. They were to come back and let us know what that looked like. And the question asked last week, I didn't get or 2 weeks ago, I didn't get a warm feeling on it. And as I relook at this and what they're talking about, what they needed to do when they were pitching the business a year ago, that we basically handed to them because we thought it would be faster. I'm not saying that to be critical. I'm just saying that that's what they identified as key points. And so I think it's important that we get that. I don't mind if other people don't agree with me, that's okay. But I can tell you that right now, if we were asked to, we had somebody giving us $110 million, we had it sitting here, I'd still want to know that. I'd still want to know that if we had the cash sitting here, federal government, provincial government, everybody, we can't do this without knowing that. We need to know what that pipe at 1,500 millimeters, what its capacity is, how much is flowing through it, how much can pump station 1 get out of its chamber and into that pipe, how much can pump station 7 get out of its chamber and into the force main. Because if we're backing up there, and it'll be the first one, I'm not an engineer, but I do know that if they're all full, doesn't matter if we get Cannibal Creek quicker into that system, there's no place for it to go. So I don't mean to sound argumentative, but I just think that it's important that we get that piece of information.
Just if I could, Mayor, that information is known. The part I'm trying to explain is if, as the system, the study is designed, that water will no longer go to that system. So that will be removed. So the dry weather flow for lift station 1 and lift station 7, we know there is ample capacity in that system at dry weather flow. So if we remove the wet weather flow, not sure what the issue would be.
Councilor Remy?
Just a point of order, Chair. The motion is to hold a public meeting. Debating the merits of the findings, et cetera, are not what's on the floor right now. Just not confuse anybody at home watching or anybody in the public. The motion is on holding a public meeting.
Councilor Remy?
Mine is about meeting. I was just curious when we do that, because it was laid out on ways to do it and advertising it and making sure that people have it or, are aware that it's taking place. I'm just wondering if we could also potentially have like a summary or FAQ on the report so that we can provide it to people so they aren't having to take their own notes or try to decipher things, or be able to provide it to them ahead of time so that they could come in with some questions if they had them. Yeah, and my other thing is for a way for people to submit their questions afterwards. And then I was just wondering if it would be live streamed or recorded so that people would have the opportunity to watch it if they weren't able to attend on that evening.
Duly noted. CEO?
I think that's a good idea, maybe to think about how we collect questions in advance, and perhaps Councillor Ivey is on a bigger scale doing the same thing here tonight, which unanswered questions. And I think, yeah, I'm sure the public there's a level of fatigue quite likely with this. So the more informed people can be, and CBCL before arrival, let's do our best. So we're kind of doing this on the fly here, and it may be Public Works side of the ship with respect to how we receive questions, but I'm sure we can figure that out. We will do our very best to do that and give the public the opportunity to ask questions in advance and during the session, and give CBCL as much advance notice as we can. As soon as we get them, forward them on to them so we can have as informed session as possible. I think that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Any more questions on the motion? Councilor Larry Finch, too close.
I know. I'm just curious if the recommendation should say the CBCL report, since we don't actually have a report. We have a PowerPoint presentation. It's just semantics, I know. I'm just clarifying.
Mayor?
I'll amend it to say presentation.
Let's go over the seconder, wherever that was. No. Any more questions on the motion? Everybody's clear on the motion? You want it reread? Mary, you want to reread it?
The council directs staff to hold a public meeting to update residents on the CBCL presentation and options going forward.
All in favor? All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Right, council, next on the agenda is visual effects study of existing proposed wind farms. Acting Director Fougier and CAO Phillips.
Thank you. I'll take the lead on this one and Carrie can support. So this is a follow-up, council, to a motion that council would have made in November of 2024. It was connected to the Bear Lake application at the time. The report, of course, summarizes and gives you a bit of background as you've read the report. We know well by now the notice from Minister Lohr and the amendments for which the planning department now have with respect to applications. So we have this visual intrusive study, and what is it that council wants to do with this? So we're bringing it back for your consideration. A few notes within the report. Again, it was connected to the Bear Lake application, and we've informed you that the Bear Lake application has been withdrawn and resubmitted. So they will be evaluated under what we might call the amended criteria. The proposal that Carrie and her team received from the noted vendor is looking specifically at, although a broader landscape, more specifically at the Vaughan and Upper Vaughan area. That was kind of the scope of work, or the area defined within the scope of work. And then for your benefit, we summarized it as basically three primary things that they would evaluate, one being the view shed analysis, and it speaks to some of the components there, the visual simulation, and the shadow flicker analysis as the three primary things that they would evaluate. So we remind you that this type of information cannot be evaluated against the current application and future applications. Quite frankly, the province has removed that criteria from our consideration, but as discussed by council, there may be some other value and proceeding other value to council, the vision of the municipality, and potentially other applications or considerations that may have some connectivity to the visual impact study. So before you is a recommendation just to follow up with council's direction. And I'm sure Deanna has that up on the screen for your consideration. And Carrie and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, CAO. Questions to CAO or Acting Director Fougier? Councillor Leary Pinch.
Through you, Chair, CAO, through you, Mayor, sorry. You said that this is mainly focused on the Upper Vaughan and Vaughan's area, but it would include some other portions of the municipality. I'm just trying to find that in the information that they gave back where there is any, it seems to be heavily focused on the Vaughan area solely.
Yeah. Carrie, I'll just keep going here. So within the proposal, it actually speaks to the flicker analysis for South Canoe Wind Farm, the approved Benjamin Mills Wind Farm, and at that time the proposed and the same Bear Lake Wind Farm application. So I don't have a map to share with you, but those geographic areas for which those projects would be defined as. And then they further summarized it as Vaughan and Upper Vaughan area. So if we had a map, we could see those three geographic areas associated with those projects. And those would be the areas that they would study.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, that answers my question. I was just clarifying because I thought when you had said that it might include other areas of the municipality that they were looking at, but those wind farms are specific to District 7.
Those three projects to that area. Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Morton, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Certainly think it's still a worthwhile project to undertake. One key word that I think keeps missing is the cumulative effects. And that's really what the motion was trying to hit, was when they're all built, what will we be looking at? And that's a long time out. So I mean, I think it's still fair to do this. Our residents want to know what they're going to look at in 20 years' time. But the word cumulative really needs to be shoved in there because it's the complete intent of what that motion was. Just to comment, but I certainly think we should go forward with it for sure.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the reference by Councillor Morton on the cumulative effects of it. And I guess that becomes a challenge of what we're trying to sort out here. And so I'm not sure about the discussions that either Acting Director Fougier or the CIO may have had with the consulting firm in this regard, but go back to what we've tried to determine here is, what's our capacity? How many can we handle before we driving down the 101 through West Hants or on Route 14 or 212? How many is like, do they have the ability to tell us that, you know what, you folks have the ability within your land mass? Taking that this is primarily, focused on the Bear Lake Bonds area and so on, but does the capacity exist as part of the work they do to say, you know what, you folks have the ability to handle 150, but after that you're like, which again goes, how many is too many? And we can all, sit around the table here having a conversation about throw numbers out, but has anybody done any work that does that? This may be a starting point. Visually, we'll get a sense of it. It's, I see that they're doing, significant distances, that they're back from on the 15 points and trying to give us a sense of it. And I'd rather know something than nothing. And I don't think this isn't a quick project either. Like this, to Councillor Morton's comments, this is going to be going on for a while. So it's the starting of the data gathering for that visual effect. But if when talking to them, they have the ability to talk about that, about a capacity potential, it'd be interesting to know what that looks like.
CAO.
So it feels like Councillor Ivy's leaning into perhaps beyond Vaughan and Upper Vaughan. So that could be an amendment to the recommendation if he felt strongly he wanted to move in that direction, if council wanted to move in that direction. All we know is what the province tells us about the application process, and they do not consider each application. They consider each application on their own. So we're just relaying to you what they have told you here and what they have told us. So there doesn't, unless something changes, we know that they do not look at these applications accumulatively. We hear your frustration. I think we asked that question ourselves internally before Carrie was even here. How many are too many? We said that at the staff level. We haven't gotten there. Yeah. The other thing, perhaps, Councillor Ivy, that's a tough one. You have geography, you have how many wind farms or how many wind towers could be placed in West Hants. That potentially is a whole other assessment because of all kinds of different things, topography, access to transmission lines, all that stuff, perhaps even beyond just putting them as close as they can be by setbacks and those types of things. So it's a different kind of study. But again, we've just tried to put in front of council what your direction was back in November. So there's room for amendment. If we want to go beyond that, you could consider that. Council could consider that. Yeah.
Further comments? You look like you're twitching at pressing the button there, Councillor around.
I was. Thank you for noticing. I know.
At one point I could read minds. I can't anymore. So just press the button.
I think that it's important to do it. I was struggling at first, but to be honest with you, but I think that it's a good start. I would stick to this area. Seems to be the area that's being impacted the most right now. It's being responsive to what the residents want as well. To go back to what Councillor Morton said, they want to know what they're going to be looking at in 20 years. And maybe this is a way that we can start lobbying the provincial government to be like, look at, or use it as a tool or something like that. Like, who knows? I think there's more uses than just, even if we can't currently do it, I think we can use them in the future and then maybe expand it to other areas. Anyway, I think there is a use for this, and the residents have been asking for this since November. So I think we should just decide what we're doing and move forward.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that Currently, yes, that letter has come from the environment minister, but we've also seen some things change provincially as of late in the government. And we also know that elections last for 4 years. A study can be impactful for a lot longer than 4 years' time. And in the presentation that Dillon Consulting sent to us, it was actually used in other provinces in Canada to modify their land use bylaws. So I think that the information is valuable regardless, and we don't all know what the future holds.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you. My last is just appreciate the comments from the CAO one. But we've got them here with a quote in front of us, and so that's what we're deciding. And I'm not going to put a motion, I'm not going to put an amendment, nothing like that. But when you're talking with them, you might ask them, if we had a question like this, is it something that you could do, or is it just too, too broad to be able to even think about? But it might just be something that it gives you additional information. They said, yeah, for another $10,000, we'd do all of that too. But so that's all. It's just, I think it's something worth finding out if they have that capacity.
Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, question, I'm not sure if it's who it's directed to, but has there been any other municipalities in the province that have done these visual effects studies that you know of?
Through the mayor, not that I'm aware of. It was quite challenging when reaching out to find proposals or a firm that has expertise in this field, because there's not a lot of studies, especially locally or even in Canada, that sort of were similar and modeled what we were looking for. So not that I'm aware of.
Just a follow-up question too. Would a study like this be of any benefit to you, even if it wasn't for an application for a wind turbine field? Would it have any other benefits?
I think if it was, as we kind of discussed, if it was looked at across the entire municipality, that would certainly give us more data if we were talking about kind of larger land use bylaw or MPS amendments. This is very confined to the specific area where there's already approved or existing wind farms. And then, of course, we have the other one in the queue already. So there's not a lot of space that would be available beyond those applications for future wind farms in the defined study area.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions or comments? Nothing. All right, we do have a recommendation in there. Let's put that back up on the screen there. All right. I don't believe it was made yet. Councillor Leary Pinch.
That council approve a visual effects study of existing and proposed wind farms in the Vaughan and Upper Vaughan area to Dillon Consulting Limited for the amount of $60,845 plus applicable taxes plus an additional contingency of 10% or $6,084.50 to support the project. Further, that the total funding amount of $66,929.50 for the study be supported by the West Hants Regional Municipalities Operating Reserves.
Motion is made by Councillor Leary Pinch. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Scott McLean. Further discussion on the motion? Me, Council, I struggled with this one. I'm not going to lie to you guys. The province made their amendments to our planning documents. They feel that the visual intrusiveness is not one of those requirements that they should look at or we should look at. I would like for them to do these studies and pay for these studies. And I want to see it municipal wide actually, and not just for windmills, but for other things as well. You may have we're talking about cell phone towers coming up, I don't know how large a cell phone tower is, but they may potentially go higher and higher on this one. We have the GFL landfill. That's been a point of discussion lately, and how high it's starting to get with these new proposed changes, et cetera. Is that visually intrusive? And who looks at that? Again, not within our purview to make decisions on, but something that our residents are asking. So I'm struggling with the amount that this is and what it may lead to in the future. And myself, I think the province should be doing these, not us, but just a comment on my end. Councillor Remy.
Yeah, just to that, I just, through you, sorry, Mayor.
Yep.
Just a comment on that, because I know that in the past, when we were first talking about this visual impact study, you had said that you have been having conversations with other municipal units who are having the same concerns. So maybe this is something that other municipalities weren't even aware that they could do, hence not being able to find somebody who's doing it in the province. Because I know that, like Councillor Leary Pinch said, they've been doing it in other places in Canada, so not just necessarily here in Nova Scotia. So, but I just think it opens the door to bigger conversations. And if you can have every other municipal unit lobbying and us just showing that we're actually moving forward with a step towards, addressing these things that the province have put on us, I think it's all a good thing. So yes, I agree. Like the cost was a factor and something that I considered, but at the same token, it's just standing up for our residents, which I feel like that's what we as council are here to do. So that's my 2 cents.
Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got a question. I guess for the Director of Finance, and maybe just a rough estimate. How much tax revenue per year do the windmills in West Hants bring into our reserves? I'm just curious if it's $1 million or 750,000. Just curious.
Currently, or what the projected?
Projected.
I don't have the projector with the new windmills coming online. Again, it's all based on when they come online and the wattage that they produce. I have explained that to previous council, so I do know that some of the new council members around the table may not know that, but there is legislation on how tax revenue is calculated. And once they're online, you're only able to increase it by 1% per year. So right now with the current, I believe 9 windmills that we have online, we're roughly between 175 and 177. And that's 1,000 that we bring in annually.
Okay, thanks. No, I'm in support of the visual effects study for this. I mean, there's potentially for more. We are bringing some revenue in from them already, so I'd support it. I'd support the 60-some thousand. Thanks.
Further discussion on the motion. Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Also, in support of the motion in regards to the fact that this has been a long dialogue that we've had here since this began. And I can say, thankfully in many ways that the initial letter got written that, raised the awareness of and that we've been having this conversation because it wasn't an easy road that got us to this point. And so this information can certainly be helpful. The wind farms can come in with their research and their data that they've done. But I think on this, because this is something that we do see, as I've said before, as soon as you cross between Mount Uniacke and Ellis House, you hit that midway point, and we're seeing, and there's part of that's appealing, you're close to home, but there's also how many of those, again, do we want to have there? At what point in time will it be that you're looking at those and wondering, what the heck have we done? So I think it's good for us to have this, at least as a bit of independent research that may serve to guide us, how strong we deal with this in the future. Anyway, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further on the motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question on the motion, which is council approve a visual effects study of existing and proposed wind farms in the Vaughan and Upper Vaughan area to Dillon Consulting Limited for the amount of $60,845 plus applicable taxes plus an additional contingency of 10% or $6,084.50 to support the project. Further, that the total funding amount of $66,929.50 for the study be supported by the West Hants Regional Municipalities Operating Reserves. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumbs at home. Opposed? We have two opposed, Councillors John Smith and Deputy Mayor Francis. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next up on the agenda is the mayor's report. I'm going to do a verbal report this evening, council. It was a busy month. Kicked it off with the beginning of African Heritage Month with the event at the West Ham Sports Complex with the Aces hockey team and with the public free skate. It was a nice little kickoff to the month that celebrates the contributions, as we say at the beginning of every first meeting. It was some nice discussions that night with the younger ones and their perspective and the take on the municipality as a whole. Part of one of the code of conduct online training modules for the code of conduct that everybody's been talking about lately. Not much more on that one. The mandatory one will be coming out, and with more information on that coming soon, hopefully. Again, strategic planning session with council. When we go through those types of sessions on priorities of each council member and what you've heard within your respective districts and as a whole, and where you see the vision of the municipality going, it's exciting. Another thing in my report is the Community Health Board's health plan launch for the Central Zone for 2025-2029. And you look at their 7 key priorities and how it aligned with our priorities that we were sticking on the wall and all the sticky notes. And it's pretty interesting with the work that they did and then what we did in one session in 2 or 3 hours, how closely they do align. So the things you're hearing in each respective districts, it's what's being heard everywhere. So just wanted to highlight that. If with that health board's health plan launch for the Central Zone, 7 key priorities: housing, income, food insecurity, active community, social connections, transportation, and communications. I have a follow-up meeting with them in March and going through more and see how we can work together to help advance some of those here within West Hants. Hanshore Child Care Center meeting, again, another initiative being led by the community down the shore, District 1. Our MP was there, Councillor Yanish was there, some citizen members there, some people wishing to get it going. So good discussions on that. And Winter Palooza was a fantastic success again this year with Winter Carnival. I think that evening on a Friday, we had over 900 little ones going through the sports complex to bounce on bouncy castles. Councillor Remy, Leary Pinch, Deputy Mayor were there, multiple staff, and my God, every which way you turned, you saw a little one running into your feet or or asking you a question. Fantastic job, Director Keel, if you're watching at home, all community development. The comments over and over and over and over again are these types of events are working. It's absolutely free as well, council. So that was something that council put in place, council funds. I just wanted to highlight. So these decisions you guys do make at budget, it has a ripple effect, and the comments were incredible. So I just wanted to highlight that. The council workshop session with CBCL, you were all there. That was a nice little undertaking. Met with the Hockey Heritage Society folks again. Discussed a couple of things. A couple are on correspondence tonight that we received on the Stannis rink, promotion of the game of hockey within the community of Windsor and West Hants, and their support for various students in tourism. So again, the society was a little inactive or less active during the COVID years, but they've come back to life with everything really opened up now. They just had their Long Pond Heritage Classic again, and they're good to go on promoting again. Audit committee met. We have an excerpt coming out later this evening on water operations and financial audit, and the committee looked at financial policies. So every year we usually update that and look at those again for any new committee members. Lot of discussions behind the scenes on the workings of the provincial government, I should say, bills 1 and 6. The Auditor General, hydraulic fracturing, uranium mining, and dipping into the realm of municipal powers on infrastructure projects. So there is an NSFM meeting. I think it's tomorrow. CAO, mayors, wardens, and NSFM. So we will be in that to discuss how the implications to municipal units. And I'm assuming council will have further discussions through correspondence on those matters later as well. Questions that I have been putting forward to folks on the provincial side are, when it comes to fracturing and mining for uranium, we're going to be looking at risks to our drinking water, human health, and climate. Again, we are a good-sized municipality, but land-wise, we're not the largest. So to be able to do certain things in a safe manner we're probably limited that here within West Hands anyways. But again, we'll see where council goes with it later on. On the public end, a lot of discussions on cell towers, as mentioned earlier, the workings of the provincial government, the workings of council, a lot of questions on everything. I did want to highlight Director Richard, a lot of great comments on snow clearing, public works workings throughout the municipality. People have been very happy. They've expressed that their staff have been doing a great job. I had one resident reach out that actually one plow driver actually stopped, had a little conversation with them, just helped them out a little bit on a situation that was maybe not so much created by us, but the resident was incredibly happy. So I just wanted to share that. Please let know staff that the little efforts that they do help. Public demands on my time have increased council significantly. I have calls starting as early as 6 a.m. and lasting almost till 11 p.m. some nights. There is a definite blending of municipal, provincial, federal jurisdiction. It's becoming blended more and more and more as the days go by, and I think people they could care less whose jurisdiction it is anymore. They want us to get the answer for them, and they're going to come ask us for the answer. So, as municipal government, we are the front lines and we are the people on the ground. So I'd highly encourage you to help navigate those waters. For some, it can be confusing for people, and just the work that you guys do on the ground, it does make it easier for folks. I think that's pretty much it, council. I'll wait to speak to this stuff through correspondence, I think. I'll leave it at that for now. If anybody has any questions on that report, I can take them. If not, we'll move on. All right, we'll move on. Oh, Councillor Ivey.
Well, just if I could just say, Mayor, to the previous discussion we had on windmills, and to your comment about how federal, provincial, municipal responsibilities and/or not sure what the word is I want to put in here. The blurring of the lines where we step or where others step. It's probably something that we may want to think about in the context of what we just saw take place with planning being a municipal responsibility through the MGA. That is something that is, given to us to manage and do. And we saw, the big brother adjust or amend what we did because they felt they had a better view of what should be happening here in West Hants. And I think that's, and look, we've done that too. We've stepped outside of our jurisdiction and taken stances on other issues, that were federal, provincial, and the like. And it's certainly never with the intent of, but I think that your point may be worthy of, what I'm saying is that we probably should have another conversation about that, about what we may look at, ensuring that areas that we're responsible for, if we're responsible for them, that we get the authority to do that. Or that we find a way to be stronger with that. So I appreciate the comment being made. Thank you.
Hoping to raise it tomorrow during the meeting with NSFM. As a collective of 49 municipal units, a large voice is stronger than one voice. So we'll see where it goes. All right, moving on. Financial updates. General operating as of December 31st, 2024. Director Rashawn.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. So the financial reports were circulated in your package, so I won't go over them in great detail. The biggest change within the 8th month ending December 31st is the change in, of course, the surplus. That surplus change is directly attributed to transfer tax. So you'll note that that has changed significantly. And that is due to the projections that we had based on conservative numbers. We did have a couple reports that were delayed due to the postage strike. So we had received September's, October's, and November's and January's. We're still waiting for December's. But we have been able to update our projections, and now that is projecting a little bit better than it was. However, December and February are our last months that we record in this fiscal, and those are typically usually slower periods. So we will keep monitoring that and update council as of the next next monthly update. I'm happy to answer any other questions on the general operating.
Thank you very much, Director Rashan. Any questions to Director on general operating? Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Director Rashan. The landfill tip and fees, they're up the tonnage. I'm just curious, sir. That's
Yeah, so our tipping fees are projecting higher. Right now, we budgeted 600,000. Right now, we're projecting that we're going to be about 181,000 over that. So that's based on what we've received so far.
okay. Thanks.
Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to the director. Carly, so the other item there that really moved is that other revenue, which within the footnotes, covers permits, licenses, rentals, tax certificates, and return on investments. Pretty bland items by way of things that we have within, our operation.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say bland. I mean, what we do by way of, rentals and the like,
Yeah.
pretty exciting stuff, but,
Yeah.
but it's up about 489,000. That's a big jump within that category. It's a 30%, 40% increase. What's driving that? Do you know, or will you need to look that?
So the projection is not up too significantly from period to period, but we did note that the other revenue due to miscellaneous revenues, including permits, licenses, rentals, tax certificates, and return on investments are projecting higher. And then you're going to find the same thing when anything is interest based, because the bank interest rates are higher right now. So our return on investment as well as our interest are projecting higher. And our interest would be our interest on outstanding accounts. And then we also have, we've noticed, of course, with increases in tax certificates. So we're seeing more tax certificates being requested. And of course, other revenues would be just the miscellaneous revenues that we're seeing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, with taking that into account, but $489,000 is a lot on what was, forecast to be an $800,000 item. So that's a big jump, on interest income, on return on investment and the like that's substantial. Maybe for the next meeting, if you might take a look and just see what the driver, there's got to be something that was really pushing that, I would think, unless it could be equally across all, but I'm just curious what it is that would push that so much. Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, the biggest drivers are associated to our interest that we're charging on outstanding accounts, which has been steadily increasing as we do have a large receivable that we've been discussing that is currently in the works. And we also have, of course, better interest rates through our banking institutions. And we do have a really good account savings amount that has been very beneficial the last 2 years. So we actually reported that it was higher last year as well because of the interest rates.
Moving up. Thank you. I appreciate that.
But that is the main driver for both.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Anybody else on general? Councillor Smith, John.
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing on the document per se, but I was just wondering if Municipal Affairs has commented on the upcoming tariffs that are coming in.
No,
No.
not that I've seen.
All right, seeing no more lights, Director Rashan, we're going to move on to water utility operating as of December 31st, 2024.
Okay. Before we jump to that, I also included a fundraising update. So if there is any questions on the fundraising, I'm happy to answer any questions, but we haven't seen a lot of movement since the last fundraising update, and that's only every quarter. And you'll see it at the bottom of your general operating. So we updated it in September and it's changed about $4,000 since the update in September. So that is just there for your consumption. We'll bring back another quarterly report when we have March completed. Moving into the financial update as of December 31st for the water utilities. So again, the water utilities are seeing a slight increase from the previous month. And that's just due again to some of the revenues that have come in that kind of adjusted our projections, as well as our non-operating revenue, which is increasing due to the bank. So there's not a lot of change overall in those as we've reported in previous periods, just continuing trends, but water sales are continuing to trend high. So that's why that is in the other operating revenue. One of the things you'll see, we're projecting a surplus right now of 125,989. So that's good, but a big chunk of that is associated to the source of supply costs that are lower because we're not paying for water internally anymore between the two utilities. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on water? Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question through you to Director Rashawn on the fire protection. Can you just touch on that for us, Director Rashawn, because that number's normally pretty static. I can't recall if it was hydrants that drives it or what it is that drives that in the forecast, but
Yeah, so that is a predetermined rate through the Utility and Review Board order. So what we had in budget was, of course, what was based on the previous order. So this has been updated per the new order that was received for October 1st.
got it. Thank you.
Bulk of it is hydrants, yeah. So it's a big amount, the hydrant charge, so. Seeing no more lights, let's move on to water consumption, Director Rashawn.
So again, the water consumption report as of December 31st was circulated within your package. Of course, this is a month-to-month report, so you're not going to see a lot of changes. Any changes you do see are due to either adjustments and or final bills. So between last month and this month, we've changed by 9,899 in our variance between our TMP billing and our bulk master meter billing, and our percentage of bulk consumption hasn't changed. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council, on consumption. Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate it. So I guess just the one simple question, because unless I've misremembered, I meant to go back and check, but when we spoke about the third quarter being the October, November, December, I thought we would have been seeing something here at this meeting end of February. Did I misremember that? I know we went back and forth a couple of times on it, but what?
So through your worship, to Councillor Ivy, I know we did have a discussion. I expressed at the last meeting that we would be bringing forward December numbers in the February meeting, and we wouldn't be bringing forward the new report that was in collaboration with Public Works until the March meeting.
Gotcha. So the December numbers, which would be the end of.
That are billed in January will be.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Now I got you. Okay.
Yeah, will be part of the next report.
So thank you for that. And then, so one other question, just because in researching again, before we get to another item later on the agenda, that caught my eye is what we have here, the total consumption for 23-24 for 3 Mile Plains at the 114 million gallon mark. And I'm being careful to make sure that I've got that's gallons for imperial gallons, working out to be about 29 million gallons a quarter that we would have experienced in the prior year. Those numbers are okay, that we're comfortable that those numbers are reading through the meters properly, that we're showing that amount. Am I safe in making that assumption that we're okay with that?
So that's the total consumption that would have been billed through, and that's part of what the 23-24 audit would have already captured.
Right. But the numbers are at an acceptable level. They're consistent with what we would normally see between Windsor and West Hants in that year. Those numbers are standard.
I will say that the Underwood meter in this, when we're looking at 23-24, is going to be a little higher because we had 4 quarters worth of consumption that was represented in the 3rd quarter for back billing, and then we had the 4th quarter. So there's an extra quarter on the Underwood road meter
Okay.
that would have impact.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. You saying that, I now understand better what was being described a year ago or thereabouts when this showed up. So that's helpful. Thank you. And I think that's okay for me on that it's Underwood that drives that. There was a problem described with the Underwood meter, though, a couple of meetings ago with a battery. Are we seeing that that's flowing properly now, that we'll see that back on track? Or is that not a question for you?
So through your worship to Council Ivy, that is not a question for me anymore. That would be for Director of Public Works. And I do know that that was a battery when we were dealing with that in Q2. So that was where we had to do the estimate for the final billing based on the final reads for that. So I will ask him to confirm if the battery's been replaced since then, but I know they're doing regular reads of those because we're talking about it on our meetings, preparing for the new report.
Thank you, Director Rashawn. Q2 of this fiscal, correct? Thank you.
Director Richard, battery, just click your light there.
Yes, battery has been replaced.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any further questions on consumption? All right, so let's move on to financial update, capital budget.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. So again, this is a quarterly update based on December 31st on where we're at. Right now, we're showing that we have 14.5% of our projects completed, 51.4% of our projects are started, and 32.9% haven't been started yet. The remaining percentages have either been deferred or don't have a status. Of the utilization, we've utilized 51.8% of our approved funding being utilized at this point, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council, on financial capital? Councillor Ivy? Oh, okay. No lights. All right, we'll move on. Committees of, sorry, Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question around the dock for the boats down in Avondale.
All right. I will direct that question maybe to Director Richard if is it a question about the
Yeah,
actual
it's
capital
more-
project?
It's more about the physical. I don't recall hearing much about it lately. Maybe it's completed, but
Sure. Through you, Your Worship. So the cement material has been ordered. They are in stock. So as soon as the construction season begins, Dexter Construction will be installing the new boat launch at Avondale.
boat launch, that's the word I was looking for. Yes. Great, thank you. So that's probably this spring.
Hopefully this spring, yes. So the material is in stock, so that's what they're waiting for. So all our approvals are in order that we anticipate that are needed. So that should start up as soon as the construction season begins, and we'll have a boat launch being constructed this spring.
All right.
And through your worship to
Yep.
Councillor Smith, that would be on page 3 of 5 if you're looking to find an update on that going forward. And it would be under the roads category, second item. You're welcome.
All right. No other questions, Director Rochon. We'll move on to Committee of the Whole excerpts from February 11, 2025. First one, Active Living Strategy. Councillor Paul Morton.
Move council approve and adopt the West Hants Regional Municipality Active Living Strategy 2024 to 2028.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Any discussion, questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion that council approve and adopt the West Hants Regional Municipality Active Living Strategy 2024-2028. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb. Can you put the deputy mayor back up on the screen there? Oh, she's not on anymore? Or right. We don't have her. All right, all those in favor, hands up. Motion is passed unanimous. I just couldn't get, we couldn't record Councillor or Deputy Mayor Francis there, just for the record there. Next up, Avon Community Farmers Market Funding. Deputy Councillor Paul Morton.
Move council approves an emergency startup grant in the amount of $5,000 for the Avon Community Farmers Market to support their preparation for the 2025 market season, recognizing their significant contributions to local economic development, food security, and community engagement, and further that funding come from the operating reserve.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion, questions, council? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question that council approves the emergency startup grant in the amount of $5,000 for the Avon Community Farmers Market to support their preparation for the 2025 market season, recognizing their significant contributions to local economic development, food security, and community engagement. Further, that funding come from the operating reserve. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. Again, we couldn't record Deputy Mayor Francis's vote there. Windsor Food Bank funding, Councillor Paul Morton.
Move council continue to provide monthly funding beyond March 31st, 2025 to the Windsor Food Bank in the amount of $3,700 a month or until a final budgetary decision can be made during 25-26 budget deliberations. Funds to continue coming from the operating reserve.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. For the discussion, questions, council? Seeing none, I'll call the question that council continue to provide monthly funding for beyond March 31st, 2025 to the Windsor Food Bank in the amount of $3,700 a month or until a final budgetary decision can be made during the 25-26 budget deliberations. Funds to continue coming from the operating reserve. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion's passed. Again, I couldn't record the vote of Deputy Mayor Francis there. Region 6 Solid Waste Management 2025-2026 budget. Councillor Paul Morton.
Move council approves the 2025-26 operating budget for Region 6 Solid Waste Management for the amount of $846,045 with the WHRM portion as $27,448.05 as presented on February 11th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion, questions on the motion? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question that on council approves the 2025-2026 operating budget for Region 6 Solid Waste Management for the amount of $846,045 with the West Hants Regional Municipality portion as $27,448.05 as presented on February 11, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed unanimous with the exception of Deputy Mayor Francis's vote. I couldn't record. Motion is passed. Next up, RFP awarding WHRMPD 24-2 pre-approved housing design options. Councillor Paul Morton.
Move council award the request for proposals WHRMPD 24-2 to Passive Design Solutions and Upland to complete pre-approved housing design options at its relates to action items number 6 of the housing action plan at a project price of $89,100 plus applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussions or questions, council? Councillor Ivy.
I think Debbie's back.
Yep.
She's hungry.
Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize. I can't get the file to click open here for me. I don't know if I've got the right one or not. If I could, through you to planning, does this document on the pre-approved designs, this is purely on designs. It's not about units. We don't make reference in this document to units, or do we?
Through your worship to Councillor Ivy. Sorry, can you repeat the question? You're wondering if
Yeah, I
this
can't
is
get-
just on designs or?
Yeah, pre-approved designs, which I'm assuming are to come in, and I can't recall if it's this one or one that we've got coming up that makes reference to 6 units, up to 6 units. Is that a
Okay.
reference in this document, or am I confusing it with the next one?
So this is specifically for pre-approved designs for ADUs, 2-unit dwellings and 3-unit dwellings. So it'll be smaller scale infill development.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any further questions on the motion? Seeing nothing, we'll call the question. Council award the request for proposals WHRMPD 24-2 to pass a design solutions and upland to complete pre-approved housing design options as it relates to action item number 6 of the housing action plan at a project price of $89,100 plus applicable taxes. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion's passed. Thank you very much. Riverview Road Renewal, Councillor Paul Morton.
Move council approve the award of tender WHRM HPW 24-08 for Riverview Road, Hansport, service and street renewal to the low compliant bidder Gary Parker Excavating Limited for the tender price of $3,498,693.20 plus 50% construction project contingency of $524,803.98 for a total of $4,023,497.18 plus applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton, seconded by Councillor Larry Pinch. Questions, discussion? Councillor Ivy.
Sorry.
No lights. All right, I'll call the question. Council approves the award of tender WHRM PW 24-08 for Riverview Road, Hansport Services and Street Renewal to the low compliant bidder Gary Parker Excavating Limited for the tendered price of $3,498,693.20 plus a 15% construction project contingency of $524,803.98 for a total of $4,023,497.18 plus applicable taxes. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion's passed unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, council, it is 8 o'clock. Did you want to take a 15-minute break and we'll come back at 8:15? All right, so we'll take a 15-minute break for all those at home watching as well. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Are we back live, Deanna, or we are live? All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 8:15 on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, and we'll resume this session of West Hampton Regional Municipality Council. We are at 13B on the agenda, Housing Accelerator Fund, Initiatives 1 through 3, amendments to the planning documents. Planner Hong, first up, Hansport MPS and Hansport LUB amendments, Housing Accelerator Fund.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Will Hong. I'm the planner with the municipality, and I'm pleased to present the Housing Accelerator Fund Initiative 1 through 3 amendments to the planning documents. So before I dive into the presentation, I'm going to give Council an overview of my slides tonight. I will start with an introduction of Housing Accelerator Fund and why amendments to our planning documents are necessary, and followed by the amendment detail for each initiative 1 through 3. Then I will pause for a question period to address any questions or clarifications from Council before presenting the staff's recommendation. So this slides summarize the background of the Housing Accelerator Fund. It is a federal funding program launched in 2023 to support local municipalities like us, speeding up the housing supply and helping develop complete, affordable, inclusive, and climate resilient communities. So in order to participate, municipality was required to develop a housing action plan with minimum 7 initiatives to support housing development. And one thing I would like to note is that we are one of the 7 municipalities in Nova Scotia that was selected to participate in the first round of the Housing Accelerator Fund. Many municipalities who did not succeed in the first round had to reapply again in the second round last year for this funding program. So we were lucky and we were approved for $1.08 million over the 3-year funding period. So according to the funding agreement, we are required to complete the first 3 initiatives by the end of March this year, ahead of the full plan review's completion. So given this timeline, staff have been prioritizing this initiative since May of last year to ensure a timely delivery. So the first 3 initiatives are as follows. Number 1, allow greater density as of right within the service areas of the municipality. Number 2, create affordable housing policies. Number 3, reduce minimum parking requirements. And one thing I would also like to note is that these initiatives will primarily focus on the service areas of our municipality. So that will include Falmouth, Hansport, 3 Mile Plains, and Windsor, where municipal water and sewer are available. Other rural areas will experience minimum impact by the proposed amendments. However, the amendments will benefit the entire municipality by improving housing affordability, expanding housing option as of right, and also expanding housing option for people from all walks of life and contributing to a more sustainable and complete community. Again, the amendments for today's discussions not only reflect our commitment to explore the first 3 initiatives through the policy changes, but also represent a significant and proactive response to address the housing challenges we face in the municipality. And to put the challenges into perspective, this slide presents 3 data sets. And the first is the median housing sale price. the median sale price in our municipality nearly doubled from $158,000 in 2016 to nearly $311,000 in 2022. And this is according to the housing needs assessment done by the provincial government in 2023. And another challenge is the number of people who are living outside of the definition of affordable housing. And according to our recent housing survey, over 41% of surveyed residents reported spending over 30% of their monthly pre-tax income toward housing costs, which means only slightly more than half of the residents in our municipality living in a dwelling that they are affordable to live in. And the situation is even worse for renters. The housing survey also showed that over 76% of renters experience unaffordable housing compared to 33% of homeowners, highlighting a significant disparity based on tenure. And this is also why renters are more likely to support the idea of the municipality should seek affordable housing policy in our planning documents. And this table comes from the housing needs assessment done by the provincial government in 2023 again, which summarized the percentage of households that can afford a home based on their income levels compared to the median sale price from 2022. So in order to afford a home at a median sale price of $325,000 for a single detached dwelling, a household would need an annual income of approximately $110,000. However, the majority of households in our municipality earn less than this threshold. According to the census data, only about 40% of couple households, 12% of non-parents households, and just about 4% of single-person households in the municipality can afford a home at this price tag. And this highlights the significant housing affordability challenges faced by most households in our municipality again. So another key foundation of the amendments we are presenting tonight is the public engagement. This process began in August of last year, and as shown on the slide, we have reached a significant number of residents across our municipalities. Overall, staff utilized municipal Facebook page with 17 posts to update residents on engagement opportunities. We also created a dedicated project webpage where residents can access our housing action plan and other relevant information about this project. We held 2 public open house back in September last year, where residents can connect with staff with specific questions and provide feedback on the spot. We had a great participation rate for our housing survey, where we received 320 unique responses. And the majority of the survey respondents also live within the serviced areas of our municipality. And in total, we received 376 unique comments from both survey and open house session written feedbacks. All of the public engagement feedback have been compiled into a What We Heard report and is also attached to the tonight's meeting package. So when it comes to housing, what we heard from people is they want greater choice of housing. They want housing in general. They want more affordable housing options, and they want increased density. And people also show support for having lot coverage requirement in place in the planning documents. And they also expressed concerns about reducing parking requirements. So to address the challenges, staff have brought forward with a set of amendments to the current planning documents for council's review. So what are changes being considered? This include amendments to our municipal planning strategy, which will allow 4 units on a residential lot serviced by municipal water and sewer, and provide missing middle housing options, recognize housing needs of vulnerable populations, and encourage and promote affordable housing developments. And also the amendments to the land use bylaw include introducing lot coverage requirements to residential lot, adjust the minimum common lot area and setbacks to be consistent to the zones across the board, enable bonus zoning for affordable housing units, and reduce parking requirements within the service areas or growth centers. And specifically, staff proposed to adopt a new classification of residential zones. Currently, most of the residential zones in our growth centers and service areas are zoned either single unit residential R1, 2-unit residential R2, or multiple residential R3. And I think it's important to highlight that our current planning documents were written and adopted almost 15 to 20 years ago, which means that they are created based on feedback from a very different time. And when it comes to housing today, however, the current zoning is quite restrictive and limited as to what type of dwelling you can build on a property. And so this is why staff are recommending a new classification of residential zones. Under the proposal, the current single unit residential zone would be rezoned to low density residential, permitting 4 units as of right. The current 2-unit residential R2 would be rezoned to medium density residential, permitting up to 6 units as of right. And the current multiple unit residential would be rezoned to high density residential, which will permit 12 units as of right. And I think it's important to highlight that the maximum height remain unchanged with 35 feet, which is 3-story as of right. And during the public engagement process, we have a lot of questions of what does the up to 4 units look like in a proposed low density residential. So I'd like to clarify what this looks like. Under the current land use bylaw, only 1 main building is permitted per lot in residential zones. So to be eligible for up to 4 units, all units must be contained within a single structure. As the illustration shows, it could look like a duplex, a semi-detached dwelling, a triplex, a fourplex, a townhouse structure, but it cannot be 3 standalone single unit dwellings on the same lot or 4 standalone single unit dwelling on the same lot. So this will not be permitted to account for the increased density. And in terms of what R2 and R3 will look like, the major difference is the number of units. So in the medium density residential, you could build a small apartment with up to 6 units. And in the high density residential, you could also build a small apartment up to 12 units. And in the same time, we will require landscaping and recreational space requirements for any building that has more than 4 units. Plus, the maximum height remain unchanged. So any development wish to build more than 3-story height or more than 12 units will be required to go through the development agreement process for PAC's review as well as council's final decision. And as part of the funding agreement, initiative number 2 focused on creating affordable housing policy and encouraging affordable housing development. And this slide provides an overview of the amendments related to initiative 2, and I will go into more details in the following slides. Firstly, staff recommend council adopt a clear definition of affordable housing unit. And currently in our land use bylaw, we don't have any definition for this type of housing. And in order to meet the definition, the proposed affordable housing unit need to be constructed under one of the affordable funding program from the higher level of government. So that could either from the provincial government or a federal agency like CMHC. And this is because when a developer applies for the funding from them, they will be subject to annual reporting and they will subject to signing the funding agreement, and which will ensure the affordability over the agreement period. The amendments also introduce bonus zoning incentives for the medium density residential R2 and high density residential R3. And the threshold for this incentive is set at 5 affordable units. And because this is the minimum requirements for a developer to qualify for affordable housing funding from the provincial government. And so specifically, the bonus zoning include bonus density increase by 35% in R2 and 40% in R3, and also additional 10% of increase of the lot coverage and a bonus height of 1 extra story in the proposed high density residential zone only. Another amendment to our planning documents in relation to the affordable housing policy is the surplus municipal-owned land for the purpose of affordable housing. Staff proposed to leverage this municipal tool in addressing the housing needs and to add 2 policies in the municipal planning strategies, which will allow council to identify surplus municipal-owned lands for affordable housing development and sell the identified lands at a price less than market value. I do want to highlight that this is just a very first step, so further discussion is required with council to determine the parameters and standards with regard to identify the surplus municipal-owned lands. So this slide summarizes the amendments in relation to the number 3 initiative parking requirements. Staff have initially proposed to reduce the parking to a ratio of 1 parking space per dwelling unit across the whole municipality. But this has since been revised after the public engagement and the concerns that we have heard from the public. So instead, staff now proposed this reduced parking requirements only in the service areas of the municipality. So parking requirements outside of the service areas will remain unchanged. So my final slide summarizes the key steps taken in this amendment process to date. Staff first presented an information report to council back in July of last year, outlining the engagement plans and initial ideas that we had. Following that, the public engagement phase took place between August and September. And in November, staff presented the engagement results to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee. From there, staff worked on finalizing the draft amendments, which were brought back to the committee last month. On that night, the PAC forwarded a positive recommendation advising council to proceed with the first reading and schedule a public hearing for the proposed amendments. And staff are here tonight to present council for the first reading with the anticipation to host a public hearing and a second reading next month. And with that, that concludes my presentation for tonight, and staff are happy to take any questions and clarification from council member. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hung. A lot of information in that report, council, all 3 planning areas, 3 initiatives per each. Any questions to Planner Hung at this point before we get to the recommendations? Councillor Remy.
I'm sorry, it was a great report, like all 3 of them were. I just had a question, and if it's better, I can ask you I can email you about it, but the bonus zoning, I didn't understand what that meant as an incentive, or I wasn't understanding the wording.
Through your worship to councillor, that's a great question. Maybe I can go back to the slides of my bonus zoning. So basically, as I mentioned, the basic requirements for the bonus zoning is to provide an opportunity for any developers to include the affordable housing units to their development. So if the developer chose to include that, which is minimum of 5 affordable housing units, then the municipality, the planning department will grant the bonus density, for example, by increased by 35%, say in the median density residential R2. So under the proposed amendments, that number of units as of right will be set at 6. So 6 times 1.35 will be the bonus total of units granted by the municipality, which is essentially incentivize them to provide the much needed affordable housing unit. I'm not sure if that answers your questions. Thank you.
Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Will, for the presentation and the detail that you've put into it. So I guess just a couple of things here. For me, the as of right is concerning, even with conversion of single unit to 2 unit and 2 unit to 4 and multi-unit up to 6 units, where it may have the capacity to increase the lot coverage that may be consumed on any given property. Given the flooding that we experience within Windsor, Hansport, Falmouth, and even West Hants, although, and I'm referencing former MCAP documents as the basis of this, I'd be concerned about increasing the coverage over a lot. And so I don't know, you had the slide there where there was some bonus coverage being permitted and so on, but that's my concern with what we have here as a right, is that we have areas that can be specifically identified as flooding zones, areas that were identified again 10 years ago, and now they've expanded out and become further. And in that regard, I really have difficulty being able to support this. I want to. It's the right thing to be able to get more roofs over people's houses, but it's not the right thing to allow somebody as a right to double their coverage on their lot and potentially cause water to overspill off their lot onto the one next door. And I can tell you that happened to us 20 years ago when people in behind us, was a vacant lot and they built too close to the property line. And now whenever it rains, their rain comes over onto our lot. Since then, somebody built a tool shed or whatever. They're across that person's property line. And now that water combines together and comes across ours. And so, you know, it's not such a big deal. I don't lose sleep over it. I'm not out, you know, knee deep in water, but I'm concerned about this and what the as a right can do with that. Can you get me comfortable with that, please?
Thank you for the question. And through your worship to Councillor Ivy, I think that is definitely a valid concern, which we have heard from the public feedback as well. And one thing I would like to specifically note is that, first of all, these housing amendments are not site specific. So again, we are not creating any housing supply or support it or creating any development per se. It is more through opening the regulatory opportunities for any potential future developers. And it is also, again, to create opportunities for those mid and middle housing types, which is will be compatible of scale of the existing communities, and which of this housing type have been proved will be incrementally spread out in the existing community. So we will not see a sudden influx of housing development all across the municipality, because first of all, we have most of the service areas in our municipality are already built out. They are limited vacant lots of opportunities for them to have the infill project. So again, this will only be incremental change. And in the same time, it will give the municipality the time to upgrade our infrastructure. We know it is timely cost to upgrade infrastructure. It will be expensive. And in the same time, it kind of like give us the opportunity to address the current issues and upgrade the infrastructure as needed. And again, it will also give us the opportunity to address any new things along the way. So it won't, again, it's hopeful my answers part of your questions and give you some comfort.
So, well, I thank you for sharing your thoughts on that with me. I do appreciate it. This is not just for infill development, though. You made reference. It's for so I've got a lot that I can put a second home on or whatever. It's anybody that has the extra space on their lot that can expand and add the units. Correct? This is not solely infill development.
Right, that is correct. And so, for example, if there's for example, there's a single unit dwellings, the property owner potentially could do the conversion to adding more units within the existing structure.
Yeah.
So that is the potential solution to adding more units.
Well, just for clarity, through you, Chair, it's a fairly detailed issue here. But I could also expand and put a second unit, or for the diagrams that you had up there, I could expand the width of my property, put another unit on it, and so forth, right? I can renovate and expand the footprint I have over the property.
Through Chair to Councilor Ivy, that is true potentially, but in the same time, you have to meet all the development standards in our land use bylaw. So we are not eliminating all the development setbacks or any other development control parameters. There will still be existing parameters that you need to conform with our municipal land use bylaw in order to getting the addition of the buildings for the increased density.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And my last comment or question on this, I guess, is solely that I think if we want to do it as a right, then we should be carving out areas that would not qualify for this sort of a thing. And right now I'd be carving out Stannis Street, Gray Street, Victoria, and the like. Those streets should not have as a right developments being able to take place. I'm not going to carve them out here at this point in time. If I need to do that, then I'll come back at the public hearing, but I don't know that that's the right time either. And so I'm just saying that we should be carving out those areas that we know are flood zones and flood areas in Hansport, William Street, Chittick, and the like, 3 Mile Plains out along. There's areas where we know that properties are flooding automatically, and they should be carved out of this. They shouldn't be automatically seeing as a right properties going in, because you're right, this is not site specific, but that's the problem, is that it's not site specific, and the areas that are flooding are site specific. So I support what you're trying to do with this. I really do. We do want to get more roofs over people and get them housed, and we want to be able to do it more affordably. But this, for me, is the challenge. And I realize we're up against a time constraint here. So I'd encourage us to find a way that we can get properties carved out, even if we have committee of the whole in a couple of weeks' time. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we get to that, but that's my comment for it. I'd like to see this do well, but as it sits, I can't support as a right on that. Thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Through you, your worship. So I have two questions. So one, I guess, since Councillor Ivy was already talking about flood zones, would the requirements still apply? I think Director Richard had mentioned it before, where if you had a large apartment complex, they would be required to store their storm water and wouldn't be allowed to release it into the system. Am I making this up? Maybe. Will Director Richard?
That
to the larger
that was on a separate
separate
application,
okay,
specific to that application.
So it wouldn't be then specific to any 12 unit building that could potentially come through this policy.
Well, these would be as of right. So
yeah, okay, that's my concern. So that would be part one, because I would have concerns over a 12 unit building going in one of these flood areas and what the stormwater would look like from that, and the sewer and the septic. But my other question is, just because we make these as of right changes, anybody can use those even if it's not for affordable housing, right? That would be as of right for everybody. And the only way that it potentially becomes affordable housing is that we try to incentivize them with this that you've put up on the screen there, with that 10% extra and the extra story, because otherwise it'll be through the as of right, because it'll be a change to the land use bylaw, but it doesn't guarantee that that's affordable housing.
Through Chair to Councillor, yes, that's correct.
Further discussions or questions? Councillor John Smith.
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship. So, Planner Hung, this is proposed to go right across the municipality, cover all the serviced areas. Yeah.
The serviced areas, not the entire municipality, just the serviced areas.
Through chair to Councillor. Yes, that's correct. So it will only applies to the service area, specifically to the in terms of the amendments in relation to the initiative number 1, increased density. So it will be the properties that has both municipal water and the sewer that will be able to get this extra densities.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions to Planner Hung, Council? Councillor Remy.
Sorry, just following up on the as of right stuff. Is there a way or any way that we can make it so that it's only for affordable housing?
Through chair to the councillor, this probably will be something that I need to explore when I after.
Sorry.
I don't have a question answer for that right now.
Thank you. Sorry.
Further questions to Planner Hung, Council? Seeing none, we do have a recommendation within that report. We have 3 actually for Hansport, West Hants, and Windsor, I believe. So that would be the first one for Hansport Council. If somebody wishes to make that, we can have debate on that. Councillor Palmorton.
Move that council gives first reading, hold a public hearing to consider amending the text of the Hansworth Municipal Planning Strategy and Windsor Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policies, and relax parking requirements in manner substantially the same as a draft set out in Attachment A and Attachment B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question on that council give first reading, hold a public hearing to consider amending the text of the Hansport Municipal Planning Strategy and Windsor Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policies, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantively the same as a draft set out in Attachment A and Attachment B of the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? We have 5 opposed. Councillor Scott McLean, Councillors Remy, Councillor Whedon, Councillor Leary Pinch, and Councillor Ivy. Motion is passed. We do have a second recommendation up there.
Sorry if I could, Your Worship. I don't know with how many do we have voting? This is a change.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 voted in favor and 5 voted against. So that is not up on the screen. So we recorded 6 in favor, 5 against.
So the reason I'm asking is I think these are considered to be planning documents. And I think they require a different threshold for voting. I could be wrong on that. But I'd rather raise it now while we're in the room than have us, if we can get a check on that.
Snare has comments there.
I'm just going to pull it up there.
Just if you're pulling it up, I think it's 2/3. I don't know if I can't remember if this is 2/3 of the elected members or 2/3 of those present, but there are distinctions in the district.
I would state it's in a couple different spots, so I just want to get into the planning documents.
You, your worship. Section 12.17, a majority vote of those present will determine all questions arising in council and committees of council, except motions to approve a planning document and those requiring 2/3 vote. So
Perhaps we should be quickly since we're
7.
dealing with.
Yeah,
these
so
things
we'll,
in a row.
It's worth it to get it.
yeah, so we'll be back in 10 minutes there, folks.
He's the one that
Perfect. Thank you very much, Clerk Snare. It is 9:05, Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, and we are back at our regular council meeting. We have clarity on the question of majority vote or 2/3 vote. Council has passed the motion, and according to Section 205 of the MGA, it has passed. So if you just want to read that section out there, CAO Phillips, just for public's knowledge.
Thank you, Worship. So again, this is section 205 of the Municipal Government Act, which says requirements for adoption of planning documents, section 205, subsection 8. A council shall adopt planning documents at second reading by majority vote or the maximum number of members that may be elected to council. So that's the provision for second reading for the adoption of planning documents. We feel here at first reading, this is about majority of council, which I think you've already stated. We believe you are on side or in compliance with. So hopefully, and we thank you for that pause. It's always healthy to reflect. Thank you.
Right, so we do have a second motion.
Move the council gives first reading and hold public hearing to consider amending the map of the Hansport land use bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton. Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor John Smith. For the discussion on the motion. Seeing no lights, I'll call the question that council give first reading, hold a public hearing to consider amending the map of the Hansport land use bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee report number 23-21 dated January 9, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? We have Councillors Ivy, Leary Pinch, Councillor Whedon, and Councillor Scott McLean opposed. Motion is passed. All right, we have the next recommendation up there. If somebody wishes to make this one. Councillor Paul Moran.
Move that council give first reading and hold a public hearing to consider amending the text of the Windsor Municipal Planning Strategy and Windsor Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policies, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Attachment A and Attachment B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Yanish. Further discussion on the motion. Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. Council give first reading and hold a public hearing and consider amending the text of the Windsor Municipal Planning Strategy and Windsor Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policies, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantively the same as the draft set out in Attachment A and Attachment B of the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee Report 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? We got opposed, Councillors Ivy, Leary Pinch, Councillor Whedon, Councillor Remy, and Councillor McLean. Motion is passed. We have another recommendation up on the screen.
Move the council give first reading and hold public hearing to consider amending the map of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Moran. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Yanish. For the discussion on the motion. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question on council giving first reading and hold public hearing and consider amending the map of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as a draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee Report 23-21 dated January 9, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Opposed, Councillors Remy, Whedon, Leary Pinch, and Ivy. Motion is passed. Got a next recommendation up there. If somebody wishes to make that. Councillor Paul Moran.
Move the council give the first reading and hold a public hearing to consider amending the text of the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy, the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policies, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Attachment A and Attachment B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Morton. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor John Smith. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question on council giving first reading and holding a public hearing to consider amending the text of the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy and West Hants Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policies, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantively the same as the draft set out in Attachment A and Attachment B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed. Opposed. Councillors Ivy, Leary Pinch, Whedon, Remy, and McLean. Motion is passed. We have a next one up. Yep.
Move the council give first reading and hold public hearing to consider amending the map of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1, Figure 2, Figure 3, and Figure 4. The Planning Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Councillor Paul Moran. Is there a seconder?
Second it.
Seconded by Councillor John Smith. For the discussion on the motion? No lights. I'll call the question. Council gives first reading and hold public hearing to consider amending the map of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantively the same as the draft set out in Figure 1, Figure 2, Figure 3, and Figure 4 of the Planning Advisory Committee Report 2020-23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Opposed? Councillors Ivy, Leary Pinch, Whedon, McLean, and Remy. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Planner Hung. Next up, Audit Committee excerpts from the 19th of February 2025. I'll give you the chair, Councillor Paul Morton. I'll read that recommendation anyways.
Okay. Want to read the recommendation?
Yeah, just a little bit in there.
Sure.
Again, the information from the audit committee council was circulated in the package. It's to do with council's direction to do an audit on the water utilities, operational and financial, and the committee has sent a recommendation forward that I'll just read the recommendation. The council approves the award of request for proposals WHRM FS 24-01 2022-2023 water operational audit to MNP for $80,950 plus applicable taxes.
Moved by the mayor. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Yanish. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Ivy?
I guess I probably got a couple of comments. And so we've had nothing presented here regarding this, except that we've had things presented on this for the past year and a half. The package that we've received here is more than just the excerpt from the audit committee. What we've received here is documentation that, again, has been circulated over the last, I'm rounding it a year and a half. It's probably a year and 5 months. And the purpose or the reason for that motion was to try and get an answer as to why it is that the Windsor Water Utility lost revenue for the first time in 13, 14 years. It was to try and determine how it was that the Windsor Water Utility was forecasted to have a net surplus at the end of the year, while the West Hants Water Utility was forecasted to have a loss, how that shifted and flipped. And I'm not going to go on long here because I don't think it's necessary, honestly. We're, again, almost a year and a half later, and we still don't have a specific explanation as to what caused that loss. But when going through and preparing for today, because, there was all this, I had to refresh, and I went back and re-listened to the audio videotapes and the minutes and everything else. And, we went from liters to gallons, cubic meters. We went from 2020, 2021 and 21, 22, and in here now 2022, 23. We went from this being we're not sure if it was leaked water, a broken pipe, a meter reading issue, whatever. We finally landed on a meter reading issue. And it's been a meter reading issue for the last 12 months, but at the audit committee meeting, it was stated to be a leakage issue. I'm not wanting to say this to be a cause of concern. I'm saying it because the cause of concern is that this is a relatively simple question. I'm not wanting to spend $80,000 to find out what the answer is to why it is that 2023 took the hit, when in fact it's historically done 225, 250, close to 300. The forecast for those years was in the $300,000 and $400,000 range. In the $300,000 and $400,000 range, the alert that triggered the investigation into what occurred in the fourth quarter of 2022. Sure hope I got that right. Don't want to be, but the alert that triggered that was the volume of water that they saw going through the meter. And it was stated at 40 million gallons per quarter. 40 million gallons per quarter isn't that far out of the ballpark when you're dealing with the wholesale water, because 40 million gallons was said should have been between 4 and 9. 4 and 9 million gallons of water on a quarterly basis going through. That's what goes out the taps in 3 Mile Plains. That's not the wholesale water, which is what we're talking about here. The wholesale water between the two utilities, Windsor and West Hants, is where the revenue got stripped out. I'm rounding and saying $300,000 of Windsor residents' money, Windsor residents' surplus had the normal transactions taken place, that would have been sitting in the surplus account of the Windsor Water Utility. Now, I haven't put the calculator down to figure that out. I'm using the numbers that we've used over the last year and a half just to get it, but that's the order of magnitude of what we're talking about. So it pained me in going through the audio and the things the other night, and I'm looking at it, and it's not that this thought didn't kind of occur to me in the last year, but what happened, in my opinion, and we haven't been told otherwise, so what we have is a lot of different things here. And I'm fully prepared to prepare a report. If you want that, I'm glad to do that between now and committee of the whole. I don't know if we have that much time on this motion, because I still think we need to do an audit. I just think that the scope of the audit isn't what the scope of the audit was a year ago, January, isn't what I would cast the scope of this audit to be now. I'd make it broader. Because I believe what happened is that the meter reading numbers came in for the wholesale meters for 3 Mile Plains, and they were compared to normal billing volumes for the retail meters. I could be wrong on that. I'm open to that. I've been open to being wrong on this entire thing. But at this point in time, we still don't know why it went down and then came back up. And it's not like the questions have been complicated. To be honest with you, they've been pretty straightforward. Just tell us what happened. How much water do we see going through the meter, and how much do we have to credit it? I'd like to know that. I'd like to know what kind of a credit did we give? How high was it that dropped that meter down? I understand that we're 2 consolidated municipalities, but the regulations for the water utilities is different. It was different. It was required that 3 Mile Plains pay Windsor if it was leaked water. I don't know what the case was, if it was a meter reading issue, but I don't think it was either. I think this was a complete, I said last September, a credit didn't need to be issued at all. And I don't think it did. The Utility and Review Board said you got to pay for the water. The legislation for the consolidation of the two municipalities required that surpluses for the two municipalities stayed within the, until they were depleted. And then you, I believe, and I could be misquoting that a little bit, but that's generally what it was. So I don't know where this leaves us. I'd like to know the answer as to what it is that dropped that down so much. I'm not going to go through all the other pages that try and catch everybody up here for what's gone on here for the last 18 months. It's clear to me, based on what I see here, that we still don't know what caused that drop. That money should not have been withheld or offset with Windsor. 3 Mile Plain should have incurred the expense to pay for the water. Windsor, you know, this isn't, don't mean to make it sound like it's Windsor. It's not. We've had a really good relationship on the water for a number of years, although if you go back and read the review board conversations and trying to come to agreements, that, you know, everybody trying to get the best deal they could for the people they represented. So those are my comments on this report. Do we need an audit done? We sure do. Operationally, no question, and financially too. And the only other comment I'll make about that, I guess 2 comments that I'll make is one.
We're going to get you to finish up here very shortly.
Yeah,
2 more minutes.
Just 2 more comments. I don't need 2 minutes. The 2 comments are this. One is the RFP that went out makes little to no reference to the financials. There is the audited statements that are in there, and there's the 3-year detail that we asked for in order to try and understand this, but there's nothing in there about the description of the problem or any of the issues. The Utility and Review Board order is in there, the current one and the one from the last time Windsor had rates done back in 2015, but not the section where they provide undertakings required between the 2 utilities once the rates were approved, which identifies the requirement for 3 Mile Plains to pay for the water that is sent to it from Windsor. So, and then the only other final point is that, again, this motion went through a year ago, January, nothing put in the budget for it. Nothing put in the budget for it, that now we're hoping that as we approve this, it'll go into next year's budget. But I sure as heck didn't expect we'd be over a year later receiving the RFP responses, and we can make a decision on them. Everybody, if you decide you want to go ahead with a vote, you can vote as you may. I think this requires thought of council. I don't know what the deadline is for the quote that we've received from this company, which certainly appears to be a qualified accounting firm with multiple offices, but that's all I can say.
Any more questions on the on the motion? Seeing none, I'll reread the motion.
Oh, wait.
Councilor Remy.
I just have one, and I did bring it up the last time that this, like the question, we discussed the this RFP. The motion that council had made, like for this audit, was detailed operational and financial audit, like back in January of 2024. But this one here is just saying that it's only water operational audit and nothing about financials. Like, just speaking to Councillor Ivy's point, like this motion here doesn't follow the motion the council made back in January 2023 or 2024. So I was just questioning, like, why if the motion was made by council, and if this is following the direction of council, why both those things aren't included.
I might ask Director Rochon if we could to explain water, the financial piece and the terms that she uses and how that might translate into a financial audit. So I see internal controls, management controls, water customer account adjustments. Those are all financial in nature. Ultimately, we need to make sure that council gets what they want. So Carly, if you could explain, please, how you feel this RFP matches what council was requesting.
Certainly. And this is, of course, a question that came up at the audit committee as well. And we reviewed the RFP that was put out and how this would address council's questions. So when we were going through our research on what would an operational and financial audit look like, there's actually nothing that is an operational financial audit. Like it's either a financial audit or an operational audit. So to start with, we did that research. And then with that, we said, okay, well, we need to focus on the operational audit, but then do we need to also do a financial audit? And when we were going through that and doing that component of it, financial audits do not review every transaction. They do not get involved in processes. They review the overall, they set materiality, they do limited testing, and then they make a recommendation whether it's a qualified or unqualified audit. We felt, based on the interpretation of the report and the motion, that council wanted a little bit more in depth than that. So when we did our operational RFP requirements, we did a focus on all of our financial procedures. So that would include the meter reading process, the billing process, the customer credit process, and all of those items that would, again, reflect all of those things that either led up to the credit and what transpired after, as well as management controls and compliance with the utility and review board rules and regulations at the time. Because again, this is based on 2 years ago financial information and financial processes. Some of those items have changed since then. So that's where we kind of focus the first 3 requirements of the financial audit to hopefully answer council's questions surrounding the credit, surrounding the financial processes, surrounding the meter reading and the meters in themselves. So in the interim, while we were doing all of this on the forefront, our counterparts, Director Richard's team was also doing a water loss audit. So as they were doing that, we were supporting that process, and we got that report. And I'm looking to Director Richard, but I believe late fall we got that report. So we were able to then again have more information on the water loss and where those items were, and recommendations for the upcoming budget. Which again feeds into that water lossage number that we talked about earlier in our consumption report, the 66.8%. So that will help us look at that number and make those estimates going forward. Because that water lossage number accounts for a lot of things: hydrants, water main breaks, flushing, etc. It's not just lost water or leaked water. It's a combination of non-revenue water and leaked water. So we worked on that. And then we got that information, and then we put the RFP out for the operational side, which will complement that first audit that we talked about, the water loss audit. And we have the report before you. In addition to that, we provided a lot of additional information for new counselors around the table that hadn't seen any of the documents prior to leading up to, so that you guys had the same information as some of the ones around the table, so that you had the history of where that report started back in January and all the additional reporting and items that have gone on since then. And I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I hope that answers the question around your financial audit component, Councillor Remy. Just if there's any more clarification you need, just let me know.
All right, any more questions for Carly while he's up there? Oh, you're too close. John?
Yeah, thank
No,
you.
John.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I thought you said Jim.
Okay.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, an audit that's looking at processes, is it likely to find the reason for the discrepancy?
So the reason for the discrepancy has been explained through prior meetings. So that's something that we have talked about. We explained that the meter reading there was a decimal point factoring error. We talked about the void that had to happen that crossed over periods. We talked about how the entry for the accruals was processed through both our mentor as well as our auditors while I was away on maternity leave. And then we also talked about when the third quarter came back on last year's consumption, when Underwood came online. After that, they had the 4 quarters of billing. So again, that's also linked to that 3 Mile Plains water lossage area. So again, we talked about how that meter had 4 quarters of water billing, which was back, and we couldn't anticipate how far back that leak had or that misread had happened. So again, there's based on the lower revenue and then of course the Underwood meter that was billed 4 quarters, you can make an assumption that some of that is related. And we kind of discussed that, I think 3 meetings ago after the October, November, whatever audit committee meeting happened in December, maybe, we kind of brought back the audited report and we had some conversation around that because there was some questions about what was discussed at the audit committee. So that was explained during that meeting. And if you do want to look at the calculation, I have included the calculation of the credit within the files that were provided to the Utility and Review Board. It is part of your package. It's undertaking number 4. And I have included the starting reads and ending reads, as well as the consumption that was billed for each of those quarters to that one that had the credit that was large for the 294. So that was in there. It highlighted all of our adjustments as well as the void that had to happen. So that's all in that comment there. And in addition to that, in the Utility and Review Board executive summary, it actually speaks to the credit, and that is on section 3 between paragraph 28 and paragraph 47. I hope that helps. There's a lot of information in this package.
A lot of information, and thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Hardy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too have the Utility Review Board calculations. And so here's one of the challenges is that we've been asking about the 2023 fiscal year end, 22-23. The credits, as are noted here and has been noted in other meetings that you've held with the mayor, CAO, and a local resident, were attributed in April of 2022 for the prior year's water usage, not for the 23 fiscal period. So the question is why is it for credits that were 21-22 that we have this big drop in 2023? We've been told for the last year and a half that the credits issued were related to the 2023 drop, but the credits weren't issued, except that your timing on identifying them is the 22nd of April, but that's in time to do a correction and adjustment within the 21-22 fiscal period. Why is it that 2023 is showing 50, it's $56,000 and change that actually came through when you add up your column for your 3-year total for what you have for 22-23? Why is that showing 56,000 when the normal is 250 in a year when everything was fixed with those meters? Why are we seeing that in 2023? Specifically, when you had said, or you've told them that the credits were issued for the 2022 year.
Mr. Chair, we want the director to try to give as much answer, but I think we're crossing the line of performance and interrogation here.
My apology.
I think you should focus on whether or not this RFP answers the questions that you have asked. And if it doesn't, do we need to add anything to the scope of work that would give you or the majority of this council the confidence that every question that you had around this is answered? And the director has shared with you her definition of a financial piece. So does this RFP capture does it give you the opportunity to explore the questions that you have and hopefully to provide the answers? I think, Mr. Chair, that's really what you need to focus on, whether this RFP gives council what they were looking for in that motion. My suggestion.
If I could possibly add, I'm not going to get into it as the CAO has said, but in undertaking 15 in the original report provided to council in January of 2024 in the CAO's comments is a list of the timeline relating to the credit and how all of that transpired. Within that, it does reference the void, and the void is the item that isn't in the 2020, 2021 year, 21-22 year. Sorry, there's a lot of years here, so I apologize if that's not right, but that is what's impacting that 22-23 year, and that has been expressed both audit committee and to council in previous meetings, which if we look at the consumption report for March, that can help with that too, but Again, I'm not going to get into all of
Councilor Harvey, got something to add there for?
We wouldn't still be here if we'd received the answer over the last 12 months. I'm not,
So we're gonna cut you off there. We're gonna, does this provide the answers you want, or you want to add something to it?
it's not for me to say, it's for council to say.
So I'm asking if anybody wants to add anything to it. Seeing nothing, there's a motion and a seconder on the floor. I'll reread the motion. The council approves the award of request for proposal WHRMFS 24-01 2022-23 water operational audit to MNP for $80,950 plus applicable taxes. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 3 opposed. Myself, Councillor Smith, Mayor. Motion passed.
Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next up, council municipal business activity reports. We had 2 submitted. They were in your package. I'll give those 2 councilors an opportunity to speak briefly on their reports if they wish. Councilor Remy?
I think
No.
just if there's any questions, then
Okay.
I'd be happy to answer them. But aside from that, that's good.
Councilor Ivy?
I think I've already spoken to a few things as it relates to getting written copies of the report. And that we now have the PowerPoint copies of them, but we needed to ask for those. And we should have had them before, to be honest with you. So that's noted in there. The calls and questions do continue. I know they'll still be getting questions as it relates to some of these matters. I do, however, want to acknowledge we're tailing the back end of Black Heritage Month for the month, and local author that submitted a thesis as part of his master's at St. Mary's University should be acknowledged. It was done in 2002, actually, September 6, 2002. David Wayne States. And it is the presence and perseverance of Blacks in Hants County, Nova Scotia, 1871 through 1914. I would encourage that as reading material for anybody that wants to come to understand the names of many families that we all know here in Hants County. And if you want to understand the background and their involvement as members of the, as participants in the war, the Black United Loyalist members and so forth, that is well worth reading, and certainly something that can be helpful in having us better understand the history of where we live and the people that we live with and among. Thank you.
Any other councilors wishing to do verbal reports? Councilor Leary Pinch.
I just wanted to mention that our MLA, Melissa Sheehy-Richard, recognized the Southwest Hants Fire Society and auxiliary volunteers in the legislature for their efforts and their passion and what they provide to our community. So they really appreciated that, and they are worthy of recognition, as all our volunteers are across this municipality.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to correspondence.
One here, sir.
Oh, sorry, Paul. I didn't see you
Sorry,
there.
I'll
Councilor
keep
Whedon.
I'll keep it brief. Just wanted to do a plug for my Ellers House Hall and all the hard work they're doing there. They've done 3 breakfasts in the last month. One to help out with the Winter Carnival, and all were really well attended. And just they have an upcoming event on March 4th. They have a turkey soup and pancake dinner, and all these events are all goodwill. Free will offerings. So it's something that families can really take part in. Large families can go there, and it's not going to cost them an arm and a leg. And just want to thank all the volunteers there. And we've already talked about it, but the Carnival Creek workshop was very informative and educational. Also want to thank the directors for their budget lunch workshop that we did last week. It was very informative and educational, and want to thank everybody that was presenting on that. And want to thank the folks that put on the site visit at the King's Edgehill site and was able to go attend that and learn a little bit about agrivoltaics. which is pretty cool. It's solar panels and crops. So Kings Edge Hill is hoping to be able to power their whole school with this project, and not only power the school, but provide food and crops and education for all of our young farmers. So I was happy to be there with CAO and Councillor Ivy and Planner Hong and Planner Dunphy, and nice presentation, and hopefully that project goes ahead. And last but not least, I want to mention the St. Croix Hall is putting together an auction to try and raise money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No more lights. All right, we'll move on to correspondence. On Causeway Activity Report or log, there's nothing new there. General correspondence regarding Minister Laura's letter requesting support for Bill 6. There's quite a few. Premier's letter requesting support for mayor's wardens, an SFM letter to elected officials regarding Minister Laura's letter to mayor's wardens, and a Stedman letter regarding letter Premier Houston requesting your support. Barb Harris, Denise Foran, an SFM letter to elected officials. Karen Beasley, there's several from her. Amanda Dunfield, and Bishop, and Jan Morrell. So that section there, or that group, is all regarding Minister Laura's letter. Is there any discussion on that, Council? Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I was pleased when you said earlier that NSFM was planning to convene mayors and CAOs tomorrow. I think that's a really important step in dealing with both the letter from Minister Lohr and some of the other changes that are being or have been proposed by the provincial government. Just to comment on Minister Lohr's letter, I think for someone, or if we're thinking of signing on to a deal with the provincial government, there's not a whole lot to work with at this point. And in fact, I'm not sure why he's asking for our blessing when, in the case of fracking for oil and gas, the legislation requiring community consent was repealed by his own government. I suggest that the province needs to provide more information before West Hants can respond to Minister Lohr's request. The moratorium on uranium exploration and mining, and the requirement for community consent in the case of fracking. These were put in place to protect public safety and the environment. And it goes without saying that repealing this legislation requires the provincial government to put in place measures that would meet the same standards, same level of care when the legislation was in place. And to do that successfully really requires that the provincial government show a willingness to listen to the many stakeholders involved, be they municipalities, industry, critics, and other organizations. So, and regrettably, in recent days, the provincial government has shown a tendency to try and curtail the flow of information that is really needed to come up with good decisions about resource development. So really, there's a matter of trust that's at stake here. So in my opinion, I think Council should respond to Minister Lohr's letter by asking him for more details about the province's plans and how the municipality might be involved in the development of resources, how the province anticipates this municipality might benefit, and how public safety, particularly water quality, will be guaranteed along the way. And so I'll just throw that out there. Interested to hear if there are any other comments. I can make a motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leary Pinch.
I would agree with Councillor Janish's suggestion to request further information so that we can make a informed decision. Expressing concerns from my district, they're exhausted. They're exhausted from fighting wind farms. They're exhausted from their lands around them, being used for utilizations that lead more towards industrial purposes, in comparison to the choices for the lifestyle that they chose to live there for. And I think we kind of need to keep that in mind as well, that they're having to fight to keep their home the way that their home was when they purchased it. And I think it's getting frustrating for residents that their concerns and voices, not necessarily from our level, are not being considered. And so I think it's important that we take, as a council, at least uplift their voices and take it into consideration when we respond to this request from the provincial government.
Thank you very much. Anybody further? Councillor Paul Morton.
Oh, good suggestions by both councillors. I think that you're going to be talking to Unit SM tomorrow. Maybe write one letter from 49 units has a lot more clout than one letter from us. See if we can get them all on board. I don't know will that work or not. Maybe throw that out there tomorrow so they can come up with a letter that will suit everybody's needs and be 49 people instead of 49 units, I guess.
Thank you very much. Anybody further? Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to say that I'm definitely not in favor of supporting the request.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leary Pinch.
I don't know what will happen at the NSFM when you meet with them tomorrow. But is there something that you need from council to, no, they'll give you time if they need to make a request?
It's a discussion at this point on recent legislative changes. I believe is what how they stated it. But
So they wouldn't necessarily be writing a letter from this discussion in response?
you never know when you have 49 mayors, wardens, accompanying CAOs, and then NSFNs that you don't know where it goes. So I would assume further direction, letters that I just don't know at this point. Okay. It never hurts for a municipality itself to state its stance as well. So Councillor Remy.
I just want to say I, like probably most of us, not in favor of supporting this at all. And if Councillor Janisch was to put that motion forward, I would support us sending something even in advance of your meeting with everybody else tomorrow, just to show where we stand with it and representing, agreeing 100% that something from all kinds of municipalities is very useful. But I think that it's important for us to show where we stand independently as well.
Any further lights? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think taking a few words out of the Premier's letter that a response of this nature needs to be taken carefully and in consultation with our communities. And that's us with ours. I'm not sure of the context of what's meant, what the Premier is referring to. To be frank, his letter is looking for a yes, but it's a pretty broad shot yes, and I'm not prepared to support a yes at this point in time. It may be, whether it's now or whether it's in 2 weeks' time, that we may be better informed to know what we want to say here, but I'm not a big fan of what I see here.
Oh, further lights before I get back to you, Councillor Janisch. I just did a little research myself. So when it comes to fracking gas, there is an onshore petroleum atlas that shows pockets of gas throughout Nova Scotia. Cumberland, Hants counties have the most likeliness for potential viable wells. So again, Hants County, we're in the center of it there. In regards to uranium, again, studies from the 80s show that 3 Mile Plains and Millet Brook, again, that's where it seems to be the bulk of them. So, and those uranium licenses that they can cover millions of acres of land. So they're not small areas that they look at. So again, there's big implications for West Hands, I guess I can say. Councillor Leary Pinch.
Yeah, I was just gonna say in follow up to that, it's scary. I know that I sit here and it seems like I am opposed to specific items, but I think it's about capacity too, right? And many of our districts are on well water, but if you can imagine being concerned about what's in your drinking water on the daily where you live, that affects your whole life. And there are just so many concerns in this world. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to live in peace, at least when it comes to basic needs? That's all I have to say.
Councillor Yanish, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I go back to the very beginning of my comments earlier. Really, what at this point, I'd like more information, and I think the municipality deserves a little bit more information, or a lot more, to try and make sense of the minister's request. So, for what it's worth, I'll make the following motion. I would move that the municipality respond to Minister Lore's letter by asking one, for more details about the province's plans concerning resource extraction in West Hands. 2, how the municipality might be involved in the development of resources. 3, how the province anticipates this resource development might benefit West Hands. And 4, how public safety, particularly water quality, will be guaranteed along the way.
Moved by Councillor Yanish. Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch for the discussion on the motion to write the letter. Seeing nothing, motion was made. I'm not going to try to repeat it. I couldn't get it all, but I think everybody understands it. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb at home. Opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. One opposed, sorry. Councillor Ivey opposed. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Next letter of correspondence, Alicia Hennessy regarding February 11 Committee of the Whole comments. Anything on that one? All right. Glenn Ross regarding library closure concerns. Councillor Remy.
First, I just want to point out it was actually Ruth Ross that wrote us the letter. The email,
The email
was just
came through
Glenn.
Glenn, yeah.
I just wanted to point that out because it's incorrect. I just through you, sorry, Mayor. There were a few things that were brought up in that letter, and I know that there are some concerns because the Hansborough Library has been closed a fair amount in the past little bit since Leah Winter left, which was on the 1st of February, I believe was her last day there. I just want to let council know I am bringing a report to Committee of the Whole based on the past 2 meetings that we've had and some information that has come forward from the library board meetings. But just in the interim, their programming has been cut by 50%. It has to do with staffing right now and their turnover rates and being able to keep staff there. And just filling and keeping the positions filled has been a huge issue for them. They just received word that the funding formula won't change or increase this year. So this is going to have a huge impact on them. And in fact, their funding has only increased by 10% since 2009. So just a little figure to throw out there. They've had a 10% increase. And I think it's like inflation rate's been like 38% or something like that, if you want to compare it. So even to maintain the branches that they have with only a 10% increase over that time period is a little ridiculous or a little intense, I guess. Maybe not ridiculous. Anyway, I just want to encourage all the counselors at the table that any chance that you get to speak to your MLA or anybody in the public to encourage the government to change its mind on the funding, that would be super. As I said, I'll be doing up a report to come to Committee of the Whole, so I'll have some few more things to throw in there for some stats and those types of things. But you know, I many people in our community. And I mean, you can tell from this letter that we received, but there's a lot of calls and stuff that I've received aside from this and the importance that those establishments or those libraries are to the community with their free programming and all the other things. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that I was addressing some of the stuff that was said in this letter, but just to let you guys know of some of the stuff that was happening.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Leary Pinch.
I just wanted to clarify, is this Hansport Library? Because I didn't know when I was reading the email which library.
The Hansport Library.
Hansport? Okay.
All right, move on to PAC HAC correspondence. Carrie Lee Eddy, Donna Dunfield, Jeff Dunfield, Guido Ferlani, Marcus Keogh, and Jennifer Moore. I think we addressed those sets of emails earlier on in this meeting. If there's anything further, Councillor Remy.
Sorry, I just have one question on that, and I apologize because I know I should have asked this earlier on, but seeing as this is regarding a lot of like what is going to happen to this committee now that we've removed that motion, I guess, with that process, does that mean that the members who were there are there now? Like what happens with the composition of that committee moving forward? Because I know some people have resigned and aren't interested in coming back any longer. So what is the follow-up on us rescinding that motion or reconsidering or removing that? Again, and I apologize again, because I should have asked that when we were.
Have members sent in the resignations to us, or?
Well, I know we had received one from Timothy Carr that said
other than the one
he was not interested in coming back. But I was just wondering, like, are they automatically appointed? Do we have to? So I'll stop talking.
We have to pretend that the decision didn't happen. It was revoked. So we will reach out to those current sitting members, which of course were removed and are now back. So operationally, that's going to be my approach. And then if there are vacancies, then we'll advertise for them.
Amazing. Thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
I was going to say the exact same thing as Councillor Remy, so don't feel alone. I didn't, yeah. So thank you for the clarification.
Anybody further on that? All right. Request as of February 25th, Amanda Dunfield, Cullable Creek Stormwater Manager Report and Buyout Program. I believe that was sent through Clerk's there. All right. Crystal Loy, support for Stannis Rink, and Brian Casey, Stannis Street Rink, sorry. Anything on that set of correspondence, Council? Councillor Leary Pinch.
I'm just curious if simply because all of a sudden there's two letters of support, is that because there's something come about? Like, is the rink for sale? Is there something I am unaware of, or it just so happens that they came at the same time?
Nothing has come about different. No.
Okay.
Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mean, at different times, and as was noted in the letter from Brian Casey and so on, we'll get letters regarding this and so on. And it may be that at some point in time we need to, I guess, look at, consider, or take a stance one way or the other that it, as it relates to this. I know the rink does have that history and that value to the community, and that the desire for it to be preserved and saved. I also know, having been inside it, that there's a lot of work to be done there, more than just a little bit of paint and the like. So I think there may be some value. I don't know how we deal with that, but just these letters have come in, and goodness knows there could end up being more, or just that for what it's worth.
All right, seeing no more lights, we'll move on. There's nothing outgoing. And that takes us to new business. Again, I'll cede the chair to you, Councillor Morton, there, because the next one is my item as well.
Under new business is A, Windsor Hockey Heritage Evanview Girls High School Provincial Championship funding. Mayor Sabian.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Again, the girls' high school team has been awarded the 2025 Nova Scotia Provincial High School Girls Hockey Championship Council. They have partnered with the Hockey Heritage group, trying to help them put it on. They got some people mixed in between the two who have experience doing these type of championships. It's an expensive tournament to hold, and they're asking council for some support on the costs. They are estimating around $15,000 to hold a tournament. It could be a little bit more, could be a little bit less. They're unsure at this point. There's various things. There's referees. There's a lot of expenses that go into it to conduct a tournament of that size. 8 teams are confirmed. I can't name off the top of my head, to be honest with you. I just don't follow it that close. 160 players, 3 days, coaches associated with all those teams and their personnel, thousands of spectators. They've already rented. Teams have booked out motels and Airbnbs, hotel rooms. I think there was 35 rooms that are booked up there that are taken out. So there's a lot of residual coming back into the community on the event, which is fantastic for all the businesses. The team will be partnering with many businesses for advertising, sponsorships, trying to generate funds and to spread the tournament viewers and players and spectators to explore and to patronage those businesses. It will be held between the two facilities, so the Brooklyn Rink and the West End Sports Complex on Friday, Saturday, and then the championship games will be at the West End Sports Complex on Sunday. So the motion or the request is that council approve $10,000 grant amount for the Hockey Heritage Society to help with expenses for hosting the 2025 Nova Scotia Provincial High School Girls Hockey Championship, with funding to come from the West End Regional Municipality Operations Reserve.
Moved by the mayor. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Larry Pinch. Questions on the motion? Councillor Ivey?
Yeah, thank you. Chair, just one question. Did we receive a request last year on this? Did we have something come in from the girls hockey team, or I'm trying to remember if we ran into the registration issue of societies and so on. Is that what? But it wasn't for this, is that correct?
No.
Not for, okay, thank you.
Any more questions on the motion?
I have a question, just out of curiosity. Are they being charged a rental fee for the sports complex, or is that fee being waived?
But they pay for their ice time.
They're gonna pay for, okay.
Any more questions on the motion? Everybody go with the motion? Or you want me to get the mayor to read it again? I was right there. All right, I'll read it. Council approves $10,000 grant amount for the Windsor Hockey Heritage Society to help with expenses for hosting the 2025 Nova Scotia Provincial High School Girls Hockey Championship, with funding to come from the West Hants Regional Municipality Operations Reserve. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
All right, we have no in-camera tonight. Our next meeting date is March 11, 2025, the committee hall at 6 p.m. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconded by Councillor Yanish. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody.